The sun rises, painting the horizon in shades of gold and fire, casting its light over a world that stirs to life beneath its gaze. It isn't just a celestial body, it's the heartbeat of existence, a force that whispers both promise and peril. Long before the hum of modern life, when shadows stretched endlessly across untamed lands, the sun was more than a companion to the human spirit. It was the giver of life, the arbiter of death, and the silent observer of everything in between. Imagine the awe of early humans as they watched the first light break the suffocating grip of the night. The endless blackness, pierced by stars but cold and unyielding, seemed eternal until the sun rose again, promising warmth, safety, and growth. The sun wasn't just an object in the sky, it was a lifeline. It shaped their days, determined their survival, and reminded them of forces far greater than themselves. They looked up and found a god. In the quiet moments of dawn, something primal stirs in all of us. That first light reflects a truth our ancestors understood instinctively: the sun is power, renewal, and purpose. They saw its rays as blessings, its heat as both a gift and a warning. Crops withered without it, but too much of its fiery embrace could turn life to ash. It was an enigma, both kind and cruel. To ancient civilizations, the sun wasn't just a star, it was a divine entity. It wasn't distant or unreachable, it was the thread connecting the heavens and the earth, the symbol of endless cycles that mirrored human lives. The Egyptians saw Ra steering his celestial boat across the sky, a king among gods, and at night, he braved the underworld to rise victorious each morning. The Aztecs envisioned the sun as a warrior drenched in blood, battling darkness with ferocity, while the Japanese held Amaterasu, the radiant goddess, as the mother of their divine lineage. Everywhere, the sun became a mirror of humanity's struggles and triumphs, a constant that endured when nothing else did. The sun is more than light, it's rhythm. It governs time itself. The passing of days, seasons, and years, all orchestrated by its movement. Before clocks, before calendars, humans understood its choreography. They watched shadows stretch and contract, built monuments that aligned perfectly with solstices and equinoxes, and celebrated its return during the cold grip of winter. Life followed its pulse. In the caves where early humans painted with trembling hands, you can see the sun etched in ochre and ash. They didn't just fear the darkness, they revered what chased it away. And as fire flickered on those ancient walls, mimicking the sun's glow, it sparked the birth of storytelling, the first myths told in whispers around the flame. The sun wasn't just above them, it burned within their stories. For the Greeks, it was Helios, driving his chariot across the heavens, his golden horses galloping tirelessly. But they also knew its danger, its untouchable brilliance. Phaeton, his mortal son, tried to seize his father's reins, only to fall in flames, a warning that the sun's power wasn't meant to be wielded by mortals. And yet, they couldn't look away. The sun's brilliance captivated even as it reminded them of their fragility. In the icy reaches of Scandinavia, where winter stretched endlessly, the Norse people saw the sun as salvation. Sol, the goddess of the sun, was pursued by a relentless wolf, a constant chase that would only end with Ragnarok. Her light was fleeting, precious, and desperately defended, a metaphor for survival in a harsh, unyielding world. But it wasn't just survival. The sun became the axis of human belief because it gave meaning to life itself. It rose each morning, a promise that the world would continue, that darkness would never be absolute. It was a daily miracle, a rebirth witnessed by everyone. And so, across the globe, humans raised temples and altars to it. They knelt before its warmth, pleading for rains, harvests, and protection. They offered sacrifices, sometimes of animals, sometimes of their own, to ensure its favor. It wasn't blind worship. It was an acknowledgement of dependency. The sun didn't just exist above them, it coursed through their veins, through the crops they ate, through the cycles of birth and decay. Every culture, no matter how remote or distinct, turned to it because it was undeniable. Its light illuminated not just the land, but the mysteries of existence itself. And yet, for all its universality, every culture shaped the sun into something uniquely theirs. The Mayans, with their intricate calendar, charted its every move, weaving it into prophecies and destiny. The Hindus gave it a charioteer, Surya, who brought health and prosperity as he drove through the skies. The Mesopotamians, surrounded by the harsh sun-scorched deserts, saw it as Shamash, the just god, who saw everything under his penetrating gaze and upheld truth in a land where survival depended on fairness. Even in death, the sun was there. For the Egyptians, the journey through the underworld mirrored Ra's nightly battle with chaos. To pass into eternity, the deceased had to traverse darkness and face trials, much like the sun rose again after its descent. The sun became the ultimate metaphor for life's struggles and the promise of renewal, a cycle that stretched beyond mortality. And yet, for all its glory, the sun also revealed humanity's fragility. The droughts that crippled empires, the oppressive heat that turned fields to dust, the solar eclipses that filled ancient hearts with dread, all reminders that this divine force could not be controlled. The sun was both life and destruction, creation and desolation, and its worship reflected this duality. It's no coincidence that so many ancient kings claimed divine connection to the sun. Pharaohs were seen as sons of Ra, mediators between the celestial and earthly realms. The Incan emperor was the living embodiment of Inti, the sun god, while Japanese emperors traced their lineage to Amaterasu herself. The sun became the ultimate symbol of authority, its light a metaphor for power and enlightenment. But power corrupts, and in some cases, these kings fell as their divine connection faltered. Even the sun's favor was not eternal. As civilizations grew, some let go of the sun's divinity, folding its power into new beliefs, new gods, or abstract concepts. But it never faded. Its presence endured, etched into art, rituals, and language. Even now, when science explains its nuclear fusion and gravitational pull, something ancient remains. We still greet the sunrise with reverence, pause to watch the sunset's golden hues, and feel something indescribable in its warmth. The sun doesn't just rise and set, it breathes life into the world. Its light carries the memory of every myth, every prayer whispered in desperation, every festival held in gratitude. Its flame is eternal, burning through time and across cultures, binding us all to a shared truth that transcends language and borders. It is not just the past, it is the present, shaping every heartbeat, every moment. But what happens when the sun becomes more than a giver of light? When its warmth turns into a story of justice, courage, or divine struggle? To understand that, you must look at the gods themselves, the beings who embody its essence, each one carrying a piece of humanity's soul within them. They're waiting, just beyond the next horizon. A vast sky stretches above, unbroken and infinite, while the sun commands it like a sovereign ruler. For ancient humans, the sun wasn't merely a ball of fire floating in an unknown expanse. It was a pulse, a rhythm, a silent overseer that governed life. They didn't have the vocabulary of atoms, fusion, or heliophysics, but they understood its power in ways we often forget. They saw its rise and fall, its strength in summer, and its retreat in winter. They didn't just watch it, they studied it, feared it, worshipped it, and ultimately built their lives around its patterns. Imagine an early human standing on the edge of a vast plain, the chill of dawn clinging to their skin. The horizon begins to glow, and the first rays of sunlight slice through the darkness. Relief. The night is over, and with it, the lurking predators, the cold, and the unknown. For these people, the sun wasn't abstract, it was survival. Without it, the earth froze, crops failed, and life teetered on the brink. Its absence during the long nights or the dead of winter felt like abandonment. Its return, then, was nothing short of divine. Seasonal cycles became the first lessons in cosmic order. The lengthening days of spring and summer brought warmth and growth, while the shrinking days of autumn and winter signaled death and scarcity. Ancient people watched, recorded, and connected their lives to this grand cosmic dance. To them, the sun wasn't a passive observer but an active participant in the cycle of life and death. It was a provider, and its favor meant everything. They noticed that the sun wasn't static. It rose in slightly different places on the horizon as the days passed, marking the progression of the year. At some points, it lingered in the sky, bathing the land in endless daylight. At others, it barely broke the horizon before retreating, leaving the world in extended darkness. These shifts, solstices and equinoxes, became sacred markers. They signaled planting, harvesting, and times of rest. And because the sun governed these cycles, its movements became a kind of sacred calendar, the original clock by which all life operated. Ancient cultures didn't just watch the sun passively, they built monuments to track it. Across the globe, they raised stones, carved symbols, and aligned structures with an almost supernatural precision. These were not mere constructions, they were tools to understand the universe. In Ireland, the ancient site of Newgrange was aligned so that, on the winter solstice, sunlight streamed down a long passage and illuminated the heart of the tomb. It was a triumph of understanding and reverence. To capture the sun's light in the darkest moment of the year was to capture hope itself. In Mesoamerica, the Maya built temples that acted as celestial observatories. The Pyramid of Kukulkan at Chichen Itza casts a shadow in the form of a serpent during the equinoxes, a stunning interplay of light, architecture, and cosmic alignment. To the Maya, the sun wasn't just a light in the sky, it was a force that could be calculated, respected, and integrated into human life. But the sun didn't always behave in predictable ways. Eclipses must have been terrifying. Imagine a world without science, without explanations, where the light you depended on was suddenly swallowed by shadow in the middle of the day. For many, this was a sign of divine anger, a celestial battle, or an omen of doom. The Chinese thought a dragon devoured the sun during an eclipse and beat drums to scare it away. The Inca believed the sun was under attack and performed rituals to protect it. Even when these phenomena were feared, they deepened humanity's connection to the sun. Its unpredictability made it all the more mysterious, all the more divine. The ancient Egyptians, who lived along the fertile banks of the Nile, took solar observation to another level. They didn't just see the sun as a god, they saw its daily journey across the sky as the story of life itself. To them, the sun god Ra traveled through the sky by day in his boat and descended into the underworld at night. Each morning, he defeated the serpent of chaos, Apep, ensuring the sun's return. This wasn't just mythology, it was their explanation for the eternal rhythm they observed. And it gave them comfort, no matter how dark the night, the sun would rise again. Further east, in India, the Vedic people composed hymns to Surya, the sun god, whose chariot was pulled by 7 horses, symbolizing the 7 days of the week. They believed the sun was the eye of the heavens, watching over the world. They connected its movements to the cycles of karma, dharma, and cosmic justice. The sun wasn't just a light, it was the judge of human actions, a divine witness to all deeds. In ancient Mesopotamia, the Babylonians saw the sun as Shamash, the god of justice and truth. They believed his piercing rays illuminated everything, leaving no place for lies or deceit. Shamash was depicted seated on a throne, with rays streaming from his shoulders, a reminder that the sun was not just life-giving but also all-seeing. The reverence for the sun wasn't limited to grand civilizations. In the Arctic, where the sun disappears entirely for months at a time, its return is celebrated with joyous rituals. For the Sami people, the sun was a symbol of rebirth, a reminder that even in the bleakest winters, light and life would return. Their stories and songs carried the sun's significance, passing it down through generations like a lifeline. But as much as they revered it, early humans also understood the sun's power could be destructive. A harsh summer sun could parch the earth, wither crops, and bring famine. They knew it was a force to be respected, balanced, and sometimes feared. This duality, the sun as both creator and destroyer, found its way into myths everywhere. It wasn't simply a giver of life, it could take it away just as easily. Somewhere along the way, the sun stopped being just an external force. It became deeply personal. Its cycles mirrored the human condition: birth, growth, death, and renewal. Just as the sun rose and set, so did life. The connection was unbreakable, carved into the rhythms of existence itself. But what happens when this celestial force takes on the face of a god? When the sun, so vast and incomprehensible, becomes embodied in divine stories of love, wrath, and redemption. Those stories still burn, waiting to be told. The sun hangs in the sky, a blazing orb of fire, impossible to ignore. It commands attention, not through subtlety or nuance, but with raw, undeniable presence. Its symbolism reaches deep into the human soul, stirring something primal, something ancient. It is light and warmth, life and power, the ultimate force that brings balance and chaos in equal measure. From the earliest whispers of mythology to the quiet reflections of modern humanity, the sun has always been more than what it is. It is meaning itself, woven into the fabric of existence. Light. The first thing the sun offers is light. It is the ultimate revealer, banishing darkness, exposing what lies hidden, illuminating both the beauty and the flaws of the world. To humanity, this power is transcendent. Light brings clarity, understanding, and truth. The sun's rays were often seen as divine messengers, piercing through shadows to uncover reality. In ancient myths, light was always a force of goodness, a power to guide and inspire. It was the first gift of creation, the first declaration of existence. Without it, there was nothing. But the sun's light was more than physical. It became a symbol of enlightenment, wisdom, and the pursuit of higher ideals. It shone in the teachings of philosophers, the visions of prophets, and the art of poets. It was what brought understanding to chaos, giving meaning to the inscrutable universe. The sun, in all its radiance, wasn't just a light in the sky, it was the light within, the eternal spark that drives humanity to seek, to question, to create. Then there is power. The sun radiates it, exuding an energy that humbles even the mightiest. It is unyielding, relentless, and absolute. Its rise marks the start of the day, its descent the coming of rest. It dictates the pace of life, the rhythms of time itself. Rulers across cultures have aligned themselves with this power, proclaiming their reign as ordained by the sun. Pharaohs were the sons of Ra, their rule a reflection of the sun's dominion over the earth. Kings and emperors basked in its symbolism, their crowns mimicking its rays, their power as eternal and inescapable as its light. But the sun's power is also dangerous. Too much of it can scorch the earth, dry rivers, and burn the skin. It is a force that doesn't bend or compromise, a reminder that power, unchecked, can destroy as much as it creates. In myths, the sun often takes on this duality. It is the protector and the punisher, the giver and the taker. It is the embodiment of all that is uncontrollable, a force that commands respect and fear in equal measure. The sun is also life itself. It is no coincidence that its warmth is associated with the nurturing embrace of the divine. The sun grows crops, ripens fruit, and sustains the endless cycle of birth and renewal. Ancient cultures saw the sun as the heartbeat of nature, the force that turned seeds into sustenance, deserts into oases, and cold into warmth. It was the ultimate provider, the one who ensured survival in an unpredictable world. Temples were built to honor this role, rituals performed to thank it for its bounty. But its life-giving power was not infinite. When the sun disappeared, whether during an eclipse, a harsh winter, or the dead of night, humanity felt its absence like a deep wound. In many cultures, this absence became a story of death and rebirth. The sun was a phoenix, dying every evening only to rise anew. It was a constant reminder of life's fragility but also its resilience. No matter how long the night, the sun would always return. This cycle of renewal gave the sun a symbolic weight unmatched by any other force. It was not just the fire of the present, it was the promise of the future. It taught humanity that darkness was never final, that even the longest shadows would eventually retreat. This symbolism fueled countless myths, from Ra's nightly voyage through the underworld to Amaterasu's emergence from her cave, bathing the world in light once more. Renewal wasn't just a theme, it was a truth, embodied in the sun's eternal rhythm. Yet, for all its strength, the sun's story is incomplete without the moon. They are eternal opposites, locked in a celestial dance that mirrors the contrasts of human existence. If the sun is light, the moon is shadow. If the sun is power, the moon is reflection. Where the sun blazes with certainty, the moon glows with mystery. They represent the dualities that shape life, day and night, life and death, clarity and obscurity. Sun deities often embody dominance, justice, and action, while moon deities represent intuition, emotion, and the unknown. The sun is the hero charging into battle, the moon is the guide in the quiet of the night. They are not enemies but complements, each essential to the other. Without the sun's brilliance, the moon would have no light to reflect. Without the moon's cool presence, the sun's heat would be unbearable. Together, they create balance, a harmony that resonates deeply with the human spirit. In some cultures, this relationship is expressed through stories of love and rivalry. The Hindu myths tell of Surya, the sun, and Chandra, the moon, each governing their respective domains, but interconnected through time and cosmic cycles. In Norse mythology, Sol and Mani, the sun and moon, are siblings forever pursued by wolves, their fates intertwined in a chase that defines the heavens. These stories capture an essential truth: the sun's power, for all its grandeur, is incomplete without its counterpart. The sun also carries the weight of time. Its movements mark the passing of hours, days, and years. Civilizations built entire calendars around it, aligning festivals, rituals, and lives to its path. It became a metaphor for the inevitability of aging, the fleeting nature of existence. Morning is youth, noon is the height of life's power, and evening is the slow descent into rest. The sun's journey across the sky is a reflection of every human life, a poignant reminder of beginnings and endings. Through all this, the sun has remained a constant, a symbol that transcends culture, language, and history. It is both universal and deeply personal, a force that binds humanity together while touching each individual in unique ways. Its light has inspired artists, its power has driven leaders, and its renewal has given hope to those in despair. But the sun is more than a symbol. It is the source of countless stories, of gods who wield its strength, heroes who rise with its light, and civilizations that built their identities around its power. Those stories wait, burning brightly in the shadows of history, ready to illuminate what comes next. A blinding light splits the heavens, an overwhelming brilliance that sears the earth with its presence. To ancient eyes, this light wasn't just the sun, it was a being, a force beyond comprehension, a god. Across countless cultures, the sun's relentless cycle of rising and falling became the heartbeat of existence, and the gods who embodied it were both creators and destroyers, protectors and judges. These solar deities shaped the very foundation of myth, their stories intricately bound to the cosmos, the mortal world, and the fragile thread connecting the two. In the beginning, there was chaos. It was formless, cold, and dark, a vast expanse waiting for order. And then came the light. Creation myths often place the sun at the center of existence itself, the spark that transforms emptiness into life. In Egyptian mythology, Ra, the great sun god, emerges from the primordial waters of Nun, his radiant presence bringing form to the void. With each sunrise, he renews the world, reminding his followers that life is an eternal cycle of death and rebirth. His journey across the sky was not merely a celestial event, but the very fabric of time and creation itself. In Hindu cosmology, Surya, the sun god, rides his chariot drawn by 7 horses, representing the 7 days of the week or the spectrum of light. His presence is the ultimate sustainer, the life force that keeps the universe in balance. The Rigveda describes him as the eye of the gods, an all-seeing witness to creation, a divine architect whose light holds the cosmos together. The sun isn't just a star, it's the foundation of everything. Heroes are born under its gaze, their destinies intertwined with the power of solar deities. In Greek mythology, Helios, the sun god, drives his fiery chariot across the heavens each day, a tireless guardian of light and order. But it is his descendant, Phaeton, who reminds us of the sun's danger. Phaeton, seeking to prove his divine lineage, begs his father to let him steer the chariot of the sun. Unable to control its power, he veers too close to the earth, scorching it, before Zeus strikes him down to save the world. The story is a cautionary tale of hubris and the limits of mortal ambition, a reminder that the sun's brilliance is both life-giving and perilous. The Aztecs placed their sun god, Huitzilopochtli, at the center of their cosmology. He wasn't a gentle deity of warmth and growth, he was a warrior, born of a miraculous union, tasked with battling the forces of darkness to ensure the sun's daily rise. In their myths, the sun's journey wasn't passive, it was a war. Each dawn was a victory, and each sunset a retreat into danger. To keep the sun alive, the Aztecs believed they had to feed it, offering human sacrifices to sustain its strength. Huitzilopochtli's narrative speaks to the fragility of existence, the constant struggle to keep chaos at bay, and the price of survival. The connection between sun deities and kingship is almost universal. The sun, eternal and unyielding, became the ideal metaphor for divine rule. Kings were not just leaders, they were the earthly embodiment of solar gods, their power derived from the same cosmic source that gave life to the world. In ancient Egypt, the pharaoh was the living manifestation of Ra, his rule legitimized by the god's blessing. He was not merely a man but a link between the heavens and the earth, his authority as absolute as the sun's dominion over the sky. Similarly, in Japan, the imperial family traces its lineage to Amaterasu, the sun goddess. Her story is one of beauty and resilience. When her brother, the storm god Susanoo, defiles her sacred space, she retreats into a cave, plunging the world into darkness. The gods, desperate to restore light, lure her out with a mirror and joyous celebration. Her emergence signals the return of order, growth, and life. Amaterasu's connection to Japan's rulers reinforces the idea that the sun is not only a celestial power but a source of moral authority, justice, and harmony. Justice itself is frequently tied to solar deities. The Babylonians revered Shamash, the sun god who sat on a golden throne, his rays piercing through the world, exposing deceit and illuminating truth. As the overseer of justice, Shamash was invoked in legal matters, his light a reminder that no wrongdoing could escape divine scrutiny. In Norse mythology, Sol, the sun goddess, embodies hope and fairness, her light a symbol of transparency and equality in a world often marked by chaos. Fertility, too, is inextricably linked to the sun. Its warmth nurtures the earth, coaxing life from the soil. The rhythms of planting and harvest align with the sun's cycles, its presence ensuring abundance and sustenance. The Inca worshipped Inti, the sun god, as the ultimate provider. Inti's favor meant bountiful crops, prosperity, and health. Festivals like Inti Raymi celebrated the sun's life-giving force, with offerings and ceremonies designed to ensure his continued generosity. The duality of solar gods, their ability to nurture and destroy, reflects the complexity of human existence. The sun is not a passive deity, it is dynamic, fierce, and deeply connected to the human condition. It burns with intensity, illuminating the struggles and triumphs of life. Its absence or wrath can bring devastation, yet its presence is a promise of renewal, a constant in an unpredictable world. These myths, though ancient, carry truths that resonate even now. The sun, as both symbol and deity, represents the unyielding power of life itself, a force that creates, sustains, and judges without bias. It is both distant and immediate, an eternal presence that watches, waits, and commands respect. And yet, for all its glory, the sun's story is incomplete without the tales of those who reach for it, who defy it, who live in its shadow. Because behind the blazing light, there is always the question, what price must be paid to hold its power? The answers wait in the myths of those who dare to face the sun. The golden disk of the sun rises over the Nile, bathing the world in its life-giving light. To the ancient Egyptians, this was not just another dawn, it was the arrival of Ra, the supreme deity, the creator of everything. He was more than the sun, he was its soul, its guardian, its force. His light was not just physical, it was divine essence, the very breath of life that animated the world. Every sunrise was a reminder of Ra's power, and every sunset a solemn plunge into the unknown. Ra's role in Egyptian cosmology was vast and absolute. He was the creator, the one who brought order to chaos, who fashioned the heavens, the earth, and all living things. The myths tell that in the beginning, there was only the watery abyss, known as Nun. From this void rose Ra, self-created, his radiant form splitting the darkness. In some versions of the myth, he emerged from a blue lotus, his light spreading like petals across the sky. In others, he appeared as a golden falcon or as Adam, the complete one, embodying both male and female energies, a being of pure potential. From his essence, Ra birthed the first gods, Shu, air, and Tefnut, moisture, who in turn gave rise to Geb, earth, and Nut, sky. This divine lineage brought forth Osiris, Isis, Set, and Nephthys, forming the great pantheon that would rule over Egyptian mythology. But Ra stood above them all. He was the source, the origin, the king of gods. His name alone commanded reverence. Ra's reign was not confined to the heavens. By day, he sailed across the sky in his solar bark, known as the Manjet or boat of millions of years. It was a radiant vessel, pulled by celestial beings and guarded by deities. As he journeyed, Ra oversaw the balance of Ma'at, the divine order, truth, and justice. His light warmed the earth, nourished the crops, and protected humanity from chaos. The world lived and thrived under his gaze. But as the sun sank below the horizon, Ra faced his greatest challenge, the journey through the Duat, the underworld. Here, the god was no longer the triumphant ruler of the heavens, but a solitary traveler in a realm of shadows. His solar bark transformed into the Mesektet, the evening boat, as he descended into the perilous depths. This journey was not just a passage, it was a battle for existence. The Duat was a labyrinthine realm of rivers, deserts, and gates guarded by terrifying beings. It was also home to Apophis, the chaos serpent, Ra's eternal enemy. Each night, Apophis attempted to devour the sun, extinguishing its light and plunging the universe into oblivion. The serpent was no ordinary foe. It was chaos incarnate, a writhing, monstrous force that sought to undo the world's order. Armed with spells, divine weapons, and the protection of other gods, Ra faced Apophis head-on, engaging in a struggle that determined the fate of creation. The myth of this nightly battle carried profound meaning for the Egyptians. Ra's descent into the Duat and his victorious reemergence at dawn was not just the sun's cycle, it was a testament to resilience, to the belief that even in the darkest moments, light would prevail. Every sunrise was a triumph, a reminder that chaos could be held at bay, that life would continue. Ra's journey through the Duat also connected him to Osiris, the god of the dead and the underworld. Osiris, once the ruler of the living, had been betrayed and killed by his brother Set, only to rise as the lord of the afterlife. In the Duat, Ra and Osiris shared a symbiotic relationship. Ra's light illuminated the underworld, giving the dead a chance to navigate its trials, while Osiris provided Ra with the strength to face Apophis. Together, they symbolized the unity of life and death, the eternal cycle of renewal. Horus, the son of Osiris and Isis, further linked himself to Ra, often depicted as a falcon. Horus embodied the living king, the protector of Egypt, and the avenger of his father's death. He was seen as the earthly manifestation of Ra, the one who carried the sun's divine authority into the mortal realm. The king of Egypt was not just a ruler, he was Horus in flesh, a living embodiment of Ra's will. Through this connection, Ra's power was cemented not only in the heavens, but also in the political and spiritual fabric of Egypt. Ra's influence extended far beyond his battles and his connections to other gods. He was worshipped through elaborate temples, grand rituals, and hymns that praised his glory. The Temple of Karnak and the Great Temple of Abu Simbel stand as monuments to his divinity, their architecture designed to align with the sun's movements, capturing its light in ways that seemed almost magical. The daily rituals performed by priests in his honor were acts of devotion meant to sustain the universe, ensuring Ra's strength for his endless journey. But Ra was not invulnerable. As time passed, myths began to tell of his aging, his weariness. The story of Ra's waning power is perhaps one of the most poignant in Egyptian mythology. As humanity grew rebellious, Ra summoned his divine eye, Sekhmet, to punish them. The lion-headed goddess unleashed her fury, slaughtering mortals until Ra, stricken with regret, tricked her into drinking a river of red beer disguised as blood. This act calmed her wrath but revealed Ra's vulnerability. He was a god, yes, but one who bore the weight of the world's burdens, whose light was not eternal. Despite this, Ra's essence persisted, passed down through time and myth. he merged with other deities, becoming Amaterasu, the hidden and revealed force, a god of both mystery and illumination. His name endured, his light eternal in the minds of those who worshipped him. Even now, standing beneath the blazing sun, one can almost feel his presence, the ancient warmth of a god who once held the heavens and the underworld in his grasp, who faced chaos every night to bring the light of a new day. His story doesn't end, it continues in the cycles of the sun, and the quiet awe of those who look up and wonder at its unyielding brilliance. The light of Shamash broke over the ziggurats of Babylon like a revelation, a golden tide that swept away the shadows of the night. To the people of ancient Mesopotamia, this was more than the rising sun, it was justice itself manifesting in the sky. Shamash, the radiant god of the sun, was no distant figure gazing passively from the heavens. He was a judge, an enforcer of cosmic order, a divine overseer whose light penetrated the darkest corners of the earth and the human heart alike. Shamash was not merely the bringer of light, he was the arbiter of truth. His presence illuminated not just the physical world, but also the moral and legal realms. In a time when survival depended on clarity and fairness, Shamash was the anchor of justice. Every beam of sunlight was a thread of accountability, and every shadow a reminder that no corner of existence could escape his gaze. His light did not discriminate, it fell equally on kings and commoners, on palaces and marketplaces, holding all to the same immutable standard. The Hammurabi Code, one of humanity's earliest and most famous legal documents, owes its authority to Shamash. The stele depicting King Hammurabi receiving the laws shows the king standing before the seated figure of Shamash, who extends the divine rod and ring, symbols of kingship and justice. This moment, captured in stone, speaks volumes. The laws were not merely human constructs, but gifts from the divine, grounded in the impartiality of the sun's light. Shamash's connection to these laws ensured that justice was seen as sacred, untouchable by mortal corruption. But Shamash's role was not confined to courts or kings. He was the protector of the oppressed, the voice of those silenced by power. Mesopotamian prayers to Shamash frequently invoked his name in moments of desperation, calling upon his light to reveal hidden truths and expose wrongdoing. "O Shamash, light of the heavens, rise and let my oppressor be judged," they would cry. To the downtrodden, his light was a promise that no act of cruelty or deceit could remain hidden forever. It was said that when Shamash rose, he carried the grievances of the innocent with him, ensuring they would be weighed against the actions of the guilty. The sun's daily cycle mirrored Shamash's divine duties. As he ascended into the heavens at dawn, he became the great witness, observing the lives of mortals below. His light was seen as an unblinking eye, an impartial observer that recorded every act, good or evil. By noon, when the sun reached its zenith, Shamash was at his most powerful, his light burning away ambiguity, rendering every shadow stark and every truth undeniable. By evening, as he descended into the west, Shamash carried with him the events of the day, retreating to the underworld to preside over the souls of the dead. This underworld role added another layer to Shamash's identity as a judge. Unlike other sun gods, whose journeys through the underworld often emphasized themes of rebirth, Shamash's descent was a continuation of his duties. In the shadowy halls of the dead, he illuminated the deeds of the departed, ensuring that justice extended beyond life. His connection to Ereshkigal, the queen of the underworld, and Nergal, the god of death, solidified his role as a mediator between the living and the dead, the light that bridged the realms. Shamash's dominion extended beyond moral and legal justice, he was also the master of omens. In Mesopotamian culture, divination was a vital practice, and Shamash played a central role in its rituals. Priests, known as Baru, would interpret signs from the natural world, patterns in the liver of a sacrificed animal, the flight of birds, or celestial movements. These signs were believed to be messages from Shamash, whose omniscient gaze encompassed the future as well as the present. His light did not merely illuminate the now, it pierced the veil of time, offering glimpses of what lay ahead. Omens and justice were intertwined in Shamash's domain. His ability to reveal the truth extended to the divine will, ensuring that humanity's actions remained aligned with the cosmic order, or Kitu. This concept of order was the backbone of Mesopotamian life, a fragile balance between gods, nature, and humanity. Shamash was its guardian, the deity who ensured that no act of hubris or neglect could disrupt the delicate harmony. His role as a judge was not punitive but corrective, a divine mechanism to restore balance whenever it was threatened. Shamash's relationship with the other gods further underscored his importance. He was the son of Sin, the moon god, and the brother of Ishtar, the goddess of love and war. Together, they formed a triad that governed key aspects of life: time, justice, passion, and power. Shamash's connection to Ishtar was particularly profound. She often sought his counsel before embarking on her bold endeavors, and his wisdom tempered her fiery nature. It was said that while Ishtar embodied the chaos of desire, Shamash brought clarity and resolution, ensuring that even the most turbulent forces found their rightful place in the cosmic order. Shamash's worship was deeply ingrained in the daily lives of the Mesopotamians. Temples dedicated to him, such as the Grand Babur in Sippar and Larsa, were centers of law, prayer, and astronomy. Priests maintained meticulous records of solar movements, linking Shamash's celestial journey to the rhythms of agriculture, trade, and governance. Festivals in his honor celebrated the triumph of light over darkness, order over chaos, and truth over deception. And yet, Shamash was not an unreachable god. Despite his cosmic responsibilities, he was a deity who listened. The prayers inscribed on clay tablets reveal a deeply personal relationship between Shamash and his worshippers. Farmers prayed for fair weather, merchants for honest dealings, and kings for wisdom in judgment. Even the most ordinary of people could call upon Shamash, knowing that his light touched all equally, his justice unyielding and incorruptible. As the sun set each day, the people of Mesopotamia would look westward, their faces bathed in the last rays of his light. They knew Shamash would descend into the unseen world, carrying their hopes and fears with him, ensuring that justice was not confined to daylight. The next dawn would bring his light anew, a reminder that though the night may fall, the truth is never lost. As dawn broke over the sprawling plains of ancient India, the sky would transform into a canvas of fiery orange and gold. It was at this moment that Surya, the radiant sun god, was believed to emerge, his brilliance piercing through the mists of the night. For those who looked up with reverence, Surya was more than just a celestial orb. He was life, power, and divinity personified. His arrival each day was a sacred promise, a cosmic rhythm that connected the heavens to the earth and the mortal to the eternal. Surya's place in Hindu mythology is as vast and luminous as the sun itself. He is the harbinger of light, the witness to truth, and the giver of vitality. In the earliest Hindu scriptures, the Rig Veda, Surya is celebrated in hymns that overflow with awe and devotion. His presence is invoked as the illuminator of both the physical and spiritual realms. He is the eye of the gods, seeing all that transpires, leaving no corner of existence untouched by his gaze. To ancient Vedic sages, Surya was not merely a deity but a cosmic force that sustained the very fabric of existence. One of the most striking depictions of Surya in the Rig Veda is as the divine charioteer. He rides across the sky in a magnificent golden chariot, drawn by 7 horses. These 7 steeds represent the 7 colors of light or, in some interpretations, the 7 days of the week, underscoring Surya's dominion over time itself. The image of Surya's chariot racing through the heavens is both majestic and humbling, a reminder of the sun's unstoppable journey and its essential role in the cycles of life. The chariot is driven by Aruna, his loyal charioteer, who is depicted as having a reddish complexion that reflects the hues of the rising and setting sun. Aruna's presence symbolizes the transition between night and day, the threshold where darkness gives way to light. Together, Surya and Aruna traverse the skies, bringing life and warmth to the world while dispelling the shadows of ignorance and despair. Surya's brilliance is not confined to the physical realm. He is deeply intertwined with the spiritual and metaphysical aspects of life. In the Vedic worldview, Surya is regarded as the source of prana, the life force that animates all living beings. His rays are seen as channels of energy, nourishing the body and soul alike. The ancient sages recognized the healing power of sunlight and associated Surya with health, vitality, and well-being. Even today, the practice of Surya Namaskar, sun salutation, in yoga is a tribute to this belief, a physical and spiritual offering to the radiant Lord. The connection between Surya and health is further highlighted in the Atharva Veda, where he is described as the dispeller of disease and the guardian of longevity. His warmth is seen as a purifier, burning away impurities and revitalizing the body. The concept of tejas, inner radiance or brilliance, is often linked to Surya, as his energy is believed to awaken the same divine light within human beings. But Surya's influence extends beyond the corporeal. He is also a deity of profound wisdom and truth. In Hinduism, the sun is often invoked as a witness to oaths and promises, for it is said that Surya sees all and can never be deceived. The Gayatri Mantra, one of the most sacred chants in Hindu tradition, is dedicated to him. It is a hymn of gratitude and a plea for enlightenment, calling upon Surya to illuminate the intellect and guide the seeker toward righteousness. The mantra's power lies in its simplicity and universality, reflecting Surya's role as a source of both physical light and spiritual insight. Surya is not just a solitary figure in Hindu mythology, he is deeply woven into the lives of other gods and mortals. As a progenitor, he is the father of several significant figures in Indian epics. In the Mahabharata, Surya is the father of Karna, the tragic hero whose life is a testament to valor and resilience. Karna's birth, bestowed by Surya's grace, is marked by the golden armor and earrings that he carries as a symbol of divine protection. Yet, this same divine heritage becomes both a blessing and a curse, as Karna's life unfolds in the shadow of destiny and injustice. In the Ramayana, Surya is also the spiritual father of Sugriva, the king of the Vanaras, monkey warriors, who aids Lord Rama in his quest to rescue Sita. These connections reinforce Surya's role as a divine benefactor, a force that empowers and supports the great endeavors of gods and mortals alike. Surya's consorts and offspring add further layers to his mythology. His wives include Saranyu, the goddess of clouds and shadow, who bore him twins, Yama, the god of death, and Yami, the personification of the sacred river Yamuna. This duality of light and shadow, life and death, encapsulates Surya's role as a cosmic force that governs both creation and dissolution. The Puranic texts expand on Surya's persona, attributing to him an array of divine qualities and forms. He is regarded as one of the Navagrahas, the 9 celestial influencers in Hindu astrology. As the leader of this group, Surya is seen as the king of the Grahas, whose movements govern the fate of individuals and nations. His placement in one's horoscope is believed to impact not only health and vitality but also status, power, and success. Worship of Surya has taken many forms over the centuries, from grand festivals to daily rituals. The Chath Puja, celebrated in northern India, is a festival devoted entirely to Surya. Devotees stand in rivers and ponds at dawn and dusk, offering prayers and water to the rising and setting sun. The festival is a poignant reminder of humanity's dependence on this celestial force, a recognition of the life it sustains. Even today, temples dedicated to Surya stand as architectural marvels, their structures designed to capture the sun's light in intricate ways. The Sun Temple at Konark in Odisha, with its massive chariot-shaped design, is a testament to Surya's grandeur and the devotion he inspires. Each stone of the temple seems to echo the hymns of the Rigveda, a silent yet resounding tribute to the radiant Lord. As Surya's chariot disappears beyond the horizon each evening, the world is reminded of his constancy. He will return, as he always does, carrying with him the promise of a new day, of light breaking through darkness, of life continuing its eternal rhythm. His radiance is not just in the sky, but within every being that feels the warmth of the sun and sees its light transform the world. As the first light of dawn crept across the vast and ancient steppes of Persia, it was believed that Mitra, the divine protector of truth and justice, was already at work. His unseen hand maintained the fragile balance of the cosmos, ensuring that the bonds of trust and friendship between men, gods, and the world itself remained unbroken. Mitra was more than a solar deity. He was the very essence of loyalty, the enforcer of contracts, and the guardian of cosmic order, Asha. To invoke Mitra was to call upon the force that bound existence together, as unyielding as the rising sun. Mitra's roots run deep in the Indo-Iranian spiritual traditions, a time when shared myths and beliefs wove together the cultures of ancient Persia and Vedic India. In the Persian Avesta, Mitra emerges as a protector of oaths, a deity who oversees the moral fabric of society. To break an oath under Mitra's watchful eye was to invoke his wrath, for no lie or betrayal could escape his scrutiny. His light was the light of accountability, shining brightly over every act of deceit and treachery, no matter how small. The Rigveda, the sacred text of ancient India, also pays homage to Mitra, though often paired with the god Varuna. Together, they govern Ta, the Vedic concept of cosmic order. Mitra, in this context, represents the binding force of agreements and partnerships, while Varuna acts as the overseer of universal law. Their cooperation is depicted as essential to maintaining harmony in the universe, a reflection of Mitra's enduring role as a mediator and unifier. But it was in Persia, under Zoroastrianism, that Mitra truly came into his own. As a Yazada, a worship-worthy being, he occupied a central place in the pantheon, second only to Ahura Mazda, the supreme god. Mitra was described as the protector of Asha, the divine order that governed all things. His vigilance was unmatched. He was said to possess 1,000 ears and 10,000 eyes, ensuring that nothing escaped his attention. In this role, he served as both witness and judge, a figure who demanded absolute truth and punished those who strayed from righteousness. One of the most profound aspects of Mitra's mythology is his connection to the sun. While not originally the sun itself, Mitra's association with its unrelenting light grew stronger over time. The sun was seen as his loyal companion, the physical embodiment of his gaze, which illuminated both the seen and unseen. When the sun rose, it was a reminder that Mitra was watching, ensuring that no injustice went unnoticed. The cosmic role of Mitra extended beyond humanity to encompass the very fabric of existence. He was the guarantor of contracts, not just between people, but between all elements of creation. Farmers prayed to Mitra to bless their agreements with the earth, ensuring bountiful harvests. Kings swore oaths in his name, invoking his presence as both witness and enforcer. Even the gods themselves were bound by Mitra's unbreakable contracts, a testament to his unparalleled authority. As Persian influence spread westward, so too did the worship of Mitra. By the time the Roman Empire encountered his legacy, Mitra had evolved into a figure known as Mithras, central to a mystery religion that captivated soldiers and elites alike. The Roman Mithras, while distinct from his Persian counterpart, retained the essence of loyalty, strength, and cosmic power. Mitra's transition into Roman culture marked a fascinating transformation, one that saw him depicted as a heroic figure slaying a sacred bull, a symbol of cosmic renewal and order. The Mithraic mysteries, as these cult practices were called, became a cornerstone of Roman spiritual life, particularly among the military. Mithras was seen as a patron of soldiers, a deity who embodied discipline, camaraderie, and resilience. Initiates of the cult participated in secretive rituals held in underground temples called Mithraea, designed to resemble caves. These dimly lit spaces, adorned with intricate frescoes and altars, symbolized Mithras' divine connection to both the heavens and the earth. The iconic image of Mithras slaying the bull, known as the Tauroctony, was central to the cult's symbolism. The bull's death was not an act of wanton violence, but a profound cosmic event, releasing life-giving energy that sustained the universe. The sun and moon, often depicted watching over the scene, reflected Mithras' celestial nature. This imagery resonated deeply with Roman soldiers, who saw in Mithras a reflection of their own struggles, the necessity of sacrifice, the bonds of loyalty, and the ultimate triumph of order over chaos. Despite the changes in his portrayal, Mitra's core essence remained intact. He was still the protector of truth, the upholder of sacred bonds, and the bringer of light. His Roman incarnation, while tailored to fit the cultural and spiritual needs of the empire, carried the echoes of his ancient Persian origins. The Mithraic mysteries, though shrouded in secrecy, spread far and wide, leaving traces of Mitra's influence in places as distant as Britain and North Africa. Yet, as powerful as the cult of Mithras became, it could not withstand the tide of Christianity, which began to dominate the spiritual landscape of the Roman Empire. Over time, the worship of Mithras faded, leaving behind only remnants of its rituals and symbols. But Mitra, the Indo-Persian solar protector, was never truly forgotten. His light, though transformed, continued to shine in the hearts of those who revered truth, loyalty, and the cosmic order. Even today, the legacy of Mitra persists in subtle ways, a reminder of a deity who transcended cultures and epochs. Whether as the Persian guardian of oaths, the Vedic ally of Varuna, or the Roman slayer of the bull, Mitra's presence endures. His story is one of adaptation and survival, a testament to the universal values he represents. His light, like the sun he embodies, remains eternal, rising each day to remind us of the sacred bonds that hold the world together. The golden rays of the sun caressed the land of ancient Japan, touching everything with a warm, sacred glow. To the people who stood in awe of this light, it was not just a celestial phenomenon, it was a divine presence, an eternal force that embodied life, purity, and the power to illuminate both the world and the soul. At the heart of this radiant reverence was Amaterasu Amikami, the shining goddess, the celestial embodiment of the sun in Shinto mythology. Her name itself means she who shines from the heavens, and her story is woven into the very essence of Japan's cultural and spiritual identity. Amaterasu was no ordinary goddess. She was the most revered of the kami, the spirits or deities of Shinto belief. Born from the left eye of the primordial god Izanagi during his ritual purification after a harrowing journey to the underworld, Amaterasu's arrival was nothing less than miraculous. Her radiant brilliance illuminated the heavens, a stark contrast to the darkness and chaos her father had left behind. From the moment of her birth, it was clear that Amaterasu was destined to govern the skies and bring light to the world. As the ruler of Takamagara, the high plane of heaven, Amaterasu presided over the celestial realm with dignity and grace. Her presence was a source of harmony, her light a symbol of life's delicate balance. Yet, even in the heavens, there were those who sought to disrupt her peace. Among them was her brother, Susanoo, the storm god, a force of chaos, destruction, and unbridled emotion. While Amaterasu represented order and stability, Susanoo embodied turbulence and unpredictability, setting the stage for a sibling rivalry that would shape the mythology of Japan. The tension between Amaterasu and Susanoo reached its breaking point in an episode as dramatic as it was unforgettable. Susanoo, in a fit of rage and defiance, stormed into Amaterasu's sacred domain, trampling her rice fields, defiling her halls, and wreaking havoc. His reckless actions culminated in an act so offensive that it drove Amaterasu into hiding. Retreating into a cave known as Aim no Awato, she sealed herself inside, plunging the world into darkness. Without the sun, chaos consumed the earth. Crops withered, life faltered, and despair gripped the hearts of gods and mortals alike. The absence of Amaterasu's light was a vivid reminder of how vital her presence was, not only to the heavens but to the world below. Her retreat into the cave symbolized the fragility of order and the devastating consequences of its loss. Yet, it also set the stage for one of the most iconic moments in Japanese mythology, a story of resilience, collaboration, and the unyielding power of light. The other gods, desperate to bring Amaterasu back, convened to devise a plan. Their strategy was both clever and profoundly symbolic. They gathered outside the cave and performed rituals to entice the sun goddess from her self-imposed exile. Among these rituals was the dance of Aim no Yuzum, the goddess of dawn and revelry. Aim no Yuzum, with wild abandon, performed a dance so provocative and joyous that it caused the gathered deities to erupt in laughter and applause. The commotion reached Amaterasu within the cave. Curiosity stirred within her, a faint ember against the darkness of her grief. Peeking out from her enclosure, she saw the gods holding a mirror, reflecting her own radiant image back at her. For the first time since her retreat, she was reminded of her brilliance, her role, and the light she brought to the world. Slowly, she emerged, and as she did, her radiance dispelled the shadows, restoring balance to the heavens and earth. The cave story is more than just a myth, it is a profound allegory. It speaks of the importance of light in the face of darkness, the necessity of unity in the midst of discord, and the enduring strength of hope and resilience. Amaterasu's return from the cave is a moment of triumph, not just for the gods, but for all creation, a reminder that even in the darkest times, light can and will return. Amaterasu's significance extends far beyond her mythological narrative. She is the spiritual ancestor of Japan's imperial family, a connection that intertwines her divine legacy with the nation's history and identity. According to tradition, the first emperor of Japan, Emperor Jimmu, was a direct descendant of Amaterasu through her grandson, Ninigi no Makoto. Sent to Earth with the sacred regalia, the mirror, Yada no Kagami, the sword, Kusanagi no Tsurugi, and the jewel, Yasakani no Magatama, Ninigi carried with him the divine authority to rule. These three treasures, collectively known as the imperial regalia of Japan, remain symbols of the emperor's divine lineage and authority to this day. The mirror, in particular, holds profound significance as it represents Amaterasu herself. It is said to reflect not just her light, but the virtues she embodies: truth, purity, and wisdom. Every time the regalia is used in imperial ceremonies, it is a quiet yet powerful reaffirmation of Amaterasu's place at the heart of Japan's spiritual and cultural heritage. Amaterasu's worship continues in modern times, most notably at the Ise Grand Shrine, Ise Jingu, one of Shinto's most sacred sites. Nestled in the verdant forests of Mie Prefecture, the shrine is dedicated to the sun goddess and stands as a testament to her enduring legacy. Every 20 years, the shrine is rebuilt in a ritual known as Shikinen Sengu, symbolizing renewal and the impermanence of all things, a reflection of Amaterasu's role as the eternal yet ever-renewing source of life. Her light, both literal and metaphorical, continues to shine in the hearts of the Japanese people. From the rising sun on the national flag to the daily prayers offered at shrines, Amaterasu remains an integral part of Japan's identity. Her story, rooted in ancient tradition, continues to inspire, reminding us of the resilience of light, the necessity of harmony, and the boundless potential of renewal. As the sun sets each evening and rises again with unerring certainty, it is Amaterasu's spirit that is invoked, a promise of light after darkness, order after chaos, and life after dormancy. Her radiance is eternal, a flame that neither storms nor shadows can extinguish. The Greek sky would light up every morning with golden brilliance as the sun traced its path across the heavens, a spectacle the ancients believed was the work of a god. That god was Helios, the radiant titan who personified the sun itself. With his gleaming crown and all-seeing eyes, Helios rode a fiery chariot, tirelessly guiding the sun across the horizon. His was a journey of divine duty, of light piercing through darkness, of life sustained by his unwavering gaze. But within the blazing glory of Helios' story also lies tragedy and transformation, a tale that later passed to another figure, Apollo, the brilliant and complex god who eventually inherited the mantle of solar divinity in Greek mythology. Helios was not just the sun, he was its very essence. Born of the Titans Hyperion and Theia, he was a being of immense power, a cosmic force who commanded the light that made life possible. His daily journey was the central act of his mythology. At dawn, Helios would mount his chariot, a grand vehicle drawn by four magnificent, fire-breathing horses named Pyroas, Eos, Ethon, and Phlegon, and begin his arduous trek across the sky. As he rose, his golden hair shone as brightly as the sun itself, his face illuminating the world with warmth and vitality. From his vantage point in the heavens, Helios saw everything. His omniscient presence made him a figure of truth and witness, often called upon to reveal hidden crimes or secrets. In one myth, it was Helios who exposed the affair between Ares and Aphrodite, much to the delight and embarrassment of the other gods. His all-seeing gaze was both a blessing and a burden, for it connected him to the mortal and divine worlds in ways that few deities experienced. Yet, despite his power and importance, Helios' story is marked by moments of profound sorrow. Perhaps the most famous of these is the tragic tale of his son, Phaeton. The youthful Phaeton, born of Helios and the mortal Clymene, grew up yearning to prove his divine heritage. When others doubted his claims of being the son of the sun god, Phaeton sought out his father, determined to assert his place among the gods. Helios, moved by paternal pride and perhaps a touch of guilt for his absence, offered his son a gift, any wish he desired. Without hesitation, Phaeton asked to drive his father's chariot across the sky. Helios's heart sank. He knew the chariot was not meant for mortal hands, or even the hands of inexperienced gods. Its horses were wild and untamable, its flames scorching and uncontrollable. But bound by his promise, Helios reluctantly allowed Phaeton to take the reins, warning him of the immense responsibility and danger. Phaeton's ride was disastrous. The young man, overwhelmed by the power of the chariot, lost control. The horses veered wildly, dragging the sun too close to the earth and setting it ablaze, then too far, plunging it into freezing darkness. Chaos engulfed the world as rivers dried up, forests burned, and deserts formed in the chariot's erratic path. Finally, to save the earth from total destruction, Zeus intervened, striking Phaeton down with a thunderbolt. The lifeless body of the boy fell into the river Eridanus, leaving Helios devastated. His light continued to shine, but his heart carried the weight of immeasurable grief. As time went on, Helios's prominence in Greek mythology began to wane, giving way to a younger, more dynamic figure, Apollo. Originally a god of music, prophecy, and healing, Apollo's association with the sun grew gradually, likely influenced by the cultural and religious shifts of the Hellenistic period. By the time of the Roman Empire, Apollo had fully eclipsed Helios as the primary solar deity, embodying not just the physical light of the sun but its symbolic qualities of reason, clarity, and inspiration. Apollo's solar connection added layers of complexity to his character. Unlike Helios, who was solely a personification of the sun, Apollo's domain was multifaceted. He was the god of art and harmony, yet also the bringer of plagues and death with his silver bow. His light was not just the warmth of the sun, but the illumination of the mind, the fire of creativity, and the brilliance of truth. This duality made Apollo a more versatile and enduring figure, capable of embodying the contradictions and nuances of life itself. Yet, even with Apollo's rise, echoes of Helios lingered in the myths. The chariot, once the defining symbol of Helios, became an emblem of Apollo's solar dominion. In art and poetry, Apollo was often depicted driving a golden chariot across the sky, his youthful beauty radiating the same divine energy that once defined Helios. The transformation from one deity to the other was seamless, as though the sun itself had merely donned a new mask. The transition from Helios to Apollo is a testament to the evolving nature of mythology. Where Helios represented the steadfast, unchanging force of the sun, Apollo embodied its symbolic potential, reflecting the intellectual and artistic aspirations of the Greeks. The myths of both gods, however, share a common theme: the sun as a source of life, truth, and power, but also of danger and destruction. In one poignant way, Helios and Apollo are two faces of the same eternal light. Helios, with his relentless journey across the sky, reminds us of the sun's constancy, its unyielding presence that sustains the world. Apollo, in his radiant glory, symbolizes the sun's capacity to inspire, to illuminate the mind and spirit. Together, they tell a story of light in its many forms, unwavering, transformative, and profoundly divine. Even as the sun sets on Helios's time in the myths, his legacy endures, carried forward by Apollo and the stories that intertwine them both. The chariot rides on, its golden wheels tracing a path of brilliance across the heavens, a reminder of the gods who brought light to the world, each in their own unique and unforgettable way. As the Roman Empire stretched across continents, its culture absorbed and redefined countless beliefs, weaving a tapestry of gods and rituals that reflected the complexity of its people. Among these deities, the sun held a sacred place, a universal symbol of power, life, and continuity. The Roman sun gods, Sol and later Sol Invictus, embodied the empire's shifting spiritual landscape, their radiant figures casting light over both the physical world and the hearts of the faithful. Yet their stories are more than just myths. They are mirrors of Rome itself, a civilization constantly evolving, conquering, and seeking meaning in a changing world. In early Roman religion, Sol was the personification of the sun, a deity whose name meant the sun in Latin, simple yet profound. Sol was not unique to Rome. The Romans had inherited him from earlier Italic traditions and possibly from the Etruscans, whose religious practices deeply influenced the nascent Roman culture. Sol was seen as the eternal light that drove away darkness, a god whose presence brought order to chaos and life to a world that would otherwise wither in shadow. Every sunrise was his declaration of triumph, every sunset his promise of return. For centuries, Sol played a modest role in the Roman pantheon. He was respected but not central, overshadowed by more prominent gods like Jupiter, Mars, and Venus. Yet he was not forgotten. His light was constant, his influence subtle but pervasive, manifesting in the rhythms of agriculture, the timing of festivals, and the daily lives of the Roman people. Temples were built in his honor, and his cult quietly persisted, a steady flame that never quite dimmed. But as Rome grew, expanding its borders, absorbing new gods and ideas, Sol began to transform. The empire's conquests brought it into contact with Eastern religions, whose gods of light and fire captured the imagination of Roman society. Among these was the Persian deity Mitra, whose worship as Mithras in Roman mystery cults emphasized the cosmic struggle between light and darkness. The Egyptian god Ra, too, with his solar imagery and divine kingship, left an impression on Rome's evolving spiritual identity. These influences began to shape a new understanding of the sun, one that was more universal, more transcendent, and more imperial. This transformation culminated in the rise of Sol Invictus, the unconquered sun god. Sol Invictus was not merely a god of the sun, he was a symbol of invincibility, of divine favor bestowed upon Rome itself. His name carried a sense of awe and power, a recognition of the sun's unyielding nature and its role as the ultimate source of life and authority. Sol Invictus became the divine embodiment of the empire's aspirations, a god who could unify its diverse peoples under the light of a single, eternal power. The elevation of Sol Invictus is often attributed to the Emperor Aurelian, who reigned during a turbulent period in the 3rd century CE. Aurelian, faced with political instability and external threats, sought to restore unity and strength to the empire. In 274 CE, he officially established the cult of Sol Invictus, declaring him the principal deity of the Roman state. A grand temple was built in his honor in Rome, and December 25th, the winter solstice, when the days began to grow longer, was dedicated to him as Dies Natalis Solis Invicti, the birthday of the unconquered sun. Sol Invictus was more than a god, he was a political tool, a rallying point for an empire in need of cohesion. His imagery appeared on coins, military standards, and imperial iconography, linking the emperor's authority to the divine light of the sun. Under Aurelian and his successors, Sol Invictus became a symbol of Rome's endurance, its ability to rise above adversity and shine with unrelenting brilliance. Yet, even as Sol Invictus rose to prominence, a new religious force was beginning to spread across the empire, Christianity. At first, the two seemed worlds apart. Sol Invictus was a god of empire and conquest, while Christianity preached humility and salvation. But as Christianity grew and adapted, connections between the two became increasingly apparent. The imagery of light, so central to the worship of Sol Invictus, resonated deeply with Christian theology. Christ himself was described as the light of the world, a savior whose presence dispelled the darkness of sin. The overlap went beyond symbolism. December 25th, long celebrated as the birthday of Sol Invictus, was eventually adopted as the date for Christmas, marking the birth of Christ. This choice was likely practical, a way to integrate the growing Christian faith with existing traditions, but it also underscored the profound connections between the two. The sun's cycle, its death and rebirth, became a metaphor for Christ's sacrifice and resurrection, a narrative that blended seamlessly with Roman and Christian worldviews. By the 4th century CE, the tides had turned. Constantine the Great, the first Christian emperor, embraced Christianity as a unifying force for the empire. Yet even in this new religious landscape, the legacy of Sol Invictus lingered. Constantine himself maintained a deep respect for the sun god, depicting Sol Invictus alongside Christian symbols on coins and monuments. The transition from Sol Invictus to Christ was not a rupture but a transformation, a continuation of the sun's symbolic power under a new guise. In many ways, Sol and Sol Invictus are emblematic of Rome itself, its adaptability, its synthesis of diverse cultures, its ability to find strength in both tradition and innovation. The sun's light, whether in the form of a god or a symbol, continued to shine on the empire, illuminating its triumphs and challenges, its myths and realities. The story of Sol Invictus, with its echoes in Christianity, is a reminder of how deeply the sun's brilliance has shaped human imagination, offering a vision of divine power that transcends time, faith, and empire. High in the jagged peaks of the Andes, where the sun's rays kissed the snow-capped mountains and cascaded over terraced fields, the Inca people looked to the heavens with reverence and awe. At the heart of their civilization, shining brighter than all other deities, was Inti, the sun god. To the Inca, Inti was not merely a celestial body, he was life itself. His warmth nourished their crops, his light guided their days, and his divine presence validated their rulers. Inti was the giver of abundance, the source of power, and the eternal force that bound their society together. The Inca Empire was a society intricately intertwined with nature, and no natural element was more vital than the sun. Inti was the personification of that vital force, depicted as a radiant figure, often with a golden face surrounded by beams of light. He was not an abstract deity, he was tangible, his presence felt in every sunrise and every golden field of maize. Gold itself, so abundant in the Andean region, was seen as the sweat of the sun and was considered sacred, a physical manifestation of Inti's divine essence. Inti's significance extended far beyond his role as a cosmic force. He was the spiritual and political cornerstone of the Inca Empire, a civilization that stretched thousands of miles along the spine of South America. The Inca believed that their emperor, the Sapa Inca, was a direct descendant of Inti, a living god whose authority was divinely ordained. This connection elevated the Sapa Inca above all others, cementing his role as the supreme ruler of both the earthly and spiritual realms. Every decree, every conquest, every act of governance was imbued with the sacred power of the sun god. This divine lineage was more than a symbolic claim, it was the foundation of the Inca's imperial ideology. The Sapa Inca was seen as the intermediary between Inti and his people, responsible for ensuring that the god's light and warmth continued to bless the empire. Festivals, rituals, and monuments all revolved around maintaining this sacred connection. The most magnificent of these was the Temple of the Sun, or Coricancha, in the Inca capital of Cusco. The Coricancha was the architectural and spiritual jewel of the Inca world, a structure of unparalleled beauty and sanctity. Its walls, covered in sheets of pure gold, shimmered like the dawn itself, reflecting the light of Inti's gaze. Inside the temple, golden statues and offerings were dedicated to the sun god, while priests performed elaborate rituals to honor his presence. At the heart of the Coricancha was a disk of solid gold, representing Inti, positioned to catch the first rays of the morning sun. It was here that the divine and the mortal converged, a place where prayers rose like the dawn to meet the God who gave life to all. Yet, Inti's presence was not confined to temples and rituals, it permeated every aspect of Inca life. Agriculture, the backbone of their civilization, was deeply tied to the sun's cycles. The Inca observed the movements of the sun with meticulous precision, using stone pillars called sucancas to track its path across the sky. These observations dictated the planting and harvesting of crops, ensuring that the empire's fields flourished under Inti's watchful gaze. Each kernel of maize, each golden potato, was a gift from the sun god, a testament to his benevolence and the Sapa Inca's ability to secure his favor. The devotion to Inti reached its zenith during the annual festival of Inti Raymi, the festival of the sun held during the winter solstice, when the sun was at its weakest. Inti Raymi was a grand celebration of renewal and gratitude. Thousands would gather in Cusco to honor the sun god, filling the streets with vibrant colors, music, and the aroma of sacred offerings. Priests clad in golden robes led processions to the Coricancha, where rituals were performed to call back the sun's strength. Llamas, adorned with fine textiles, were sacrificed to ensure Inti's continued blessings, their blood offered as a sacred gift. The Sapa Inca himself played a central role in the festival, appearing in resplendent attire, his headdress crowned with the rays of the sun. Before his people, he reaffirmed his divine connection to Inti, offering prayers and gifts on their behalf. The climax of Inti Raymi was a ceremonial feast, where participants shared in the abundance of the earth, a reminder of the sun god's generosity. It was a time of unity, a reaffirmation of the bonds between Inti, the Sapa Inca, and the people who lived under the sun's light. But even as Inti's light shone brightly over the Inca Empire, darkness loomed on the horizon. The arrival of Spanish conquistadors in the 16th century brought devastation to the Andean world, as disease, violence, and colonization unraveled the threads of Inca society. The temples were plundered, their golden treasures melted down and carried away. The Coricancha, once the sacred heart of Inti's worship, was desecrated, its walls stripped of gold and its grounds repurposed for a Christian monastery. Yet, even in the face of such destruction, the spirit of Inti endured. The stories of the sun god, passed down through generations, remained alive in the hearts of the Andean people. The festival of Inti Raymi, though suppressed for centuries, was revived in modern times, a testament to the enduring power of the sun and the culture that once thrived beneath its rays. To this day, the sun rises over the Andes, its light casting long shadows over ancient terraces and forgotten temples, a silent witness to the legacy of Inti, the sun god who once ruled an empire with his golden gaze. The first rays of dawn would break across the misty hills, bathing the land in a golden light, and in the hearts of the ancient Celts, there was one god who embodied this brilliance, Luf. To them, the sun was not just a celestial body, it was the source of power, life, and sustenance, and Luf, with his radiant aura and unyielding energy, was the epitome of these gifts. He was the god who lit the skies and brought warmth to the earth. His name, which translates to light or brightness, seemed to echo in every beam of sunshine that kissed the fields, ripened the crops, and illuminated the hearts of the people. Luf was far from a one-dimensional deity. He was not just the sun god in a literal sense, but also the god of skills, craftsmanship, and artistry. He was the master of many talents, his hands gifted in both battle and craft, capable of weaving magic as deftly as they wielded weapons. His vast array of attributes made him a figure of awe and reverence, the archetype of the perfect warrior, the brilliant poet, and the skilled craftsman all in one. Luf's brilliance did not merely shine from the heavens, it burned within the hearts of his people, inspiring them to excel in whatever they set their hands to. Luf's association with the sun was felt most intensely during the height of summer, as the land ripened under his light. But it was not only the crops that grew under his influence, it was the people themselves who flourished. In the Celtic worldview, the sun was a divine force that brought about the cycle of life, from the planting of seeds to the bountiful harvest. And nowhere was this divine connection between the sun and the harvest more evident than in the festival of Lugnasad, a celebration that honored Luf and his gifts to the people. Lugnasad, which marked the first of the harvest festivals in the Celtic calendar, was a time of deep connection to the land. Held at the height of summer, the festival celebrated the bounty of the earth, the fruits of labor, the culmination of months of work, and the promise of more to come. But it was not only a festival of feasts, it was a time of gathering, of honoring Luf, and of reaffirming the sacred bond between the sun, the crops, and the people. The warmth of the sun was mirrored in the warmth of the community as families and tribes came together, offering thanks to the god who had guided their hands and hearts. The central element of Lugnasad was the ritual of sacrifice, both symbolic and literal. To honor Luf, the Celts would give the first fruits of the harvest as offerings. It was a time to express gratitude for the abundance that the sun had provided, and in turn, the people would seek Luf's continued blessings for the seasons to come. The festival was filled with games, athletic contests, and displays of skill, all things that Luf himself would have excelled at. As the god of the arts and the champion of champions, Luf's presence was felt in every action that required strength, agility, or craftsmanship. He was not just a distant deity to be worshipped from afar, he was a living, breathing force that animated every aspect of their lives. But Lufa's connection to the harvest was not simply about abundance. It also carried a deep, symbolic meaning, one rooted in the cycles of life, death, and rebirth. The Celts, like many ancient cultures, understood the fleeting nature of summer. Just as the sun reaches its zenith at the height of the year, so too does the earth reach its peak of fertility during Lugnasad. But with that peak comes the knowledge that the sun's light will soon begin to wane, and the long, dark winter will follow. The festival of Lugnasad, then, was not only a celebration of what had been achieved, but also an acknowledgement of the balance between life and death, light and dark. As the day's festivities came to an end, the sun would dip below the horizon, and with it, the people would know that the light was not forever. The darkness would come, as it always did, but Lufa's promise would endure, the cycle of the sun would continue, and the harvest would return again. The light that had shone so brightly over the fields would rest for a time, but it would never be gone for long. And in the hearts of the people, Luf would always remain, a constant reminder of the strength and resilience that the sun symbolized. Luf was not merely a god to be revered from a distance. His power was felt in every moment of the people's lives, whether in the blaze of the midday sun or the quiet moments of reflection at dusk. He was the god of light, of skill, and of harvest, but he was also the god of the seasons, of cycles, and of transformation. His radiant presence was a constant, yet fleeting force, always promising new beginnings even as it reminded the people of the inevitable passage of time. In the glow of the summer sun, as the festival of Lugnasad unfolded, Lufa's story was written into the very fabric of the land. His name would echo in the laughter of children, in the songs of the harvest, and in the stories shared around the fire. He was not just the god of the sun, he was the champion of the people, the one who illuminated their path, guided their hands, and blessed their fields. And in every warm ray that touched the earth, there was the reminder that Luf, the bright champion, would always be there, watching, guiding, and shining. The air was thick with the scent of wildflowers as the sun climbed higher, casting its golden rays over the verdant hills. In the Celtic heartlands, the land hummed with life, and beneath the heat of the summer sun, there was a god who stirred the hearts of those who sought healing and mastery over the arts. Belinus, the Shining One, was not as widely known as some of his more prominent sun god counterparts, but his presence was no less powerful. To the Celts, Belinus was the radiant force that guided not only the cycles of nature but the human spirit as well. He was the god of light and life, and his warmth could heal wounds both physical and emotional. Belinus' associations with healing and the arts set him apart from other sun gods. While many were linked to kingship or war, Belinus was the god who nurtured creativity and vitality. His light was not only the force that made crops grow, but it was also the power that inspired musicians, artists, and healers alike. His presence illuminated the dark places in the soul, casting away illness and despair. He was both a patron of the body and the mind, a divine force that allowed people to thrive in the world of the living. In the shade of his radiance, both art and medicine flourished. Worship of Belinus spread through the Celtic world, notably in the regions of Gaul and parts of Italy, where his influence took root in sacred groves and healing sanctuaries. His name, derived from the word Bel, meaning bright or shining, reflected his role as a solar deity whose rays could not be ignored. To those who followed him, Belinus was the embodiment of the sun's nurturing warmth. In Gaulish tradition, he was revered as a god who could cure the sick and restore balance to the body. It was said that he could heal with the same light that he used to illuminate the land, offering his divine radiance to those who sought his intervention. In the sacred forests where his followers gathered, Belinus was worshipped through rituals that involved offerings of flowers, herbs, and sacred fire. The Celts believed in the transformative power of fire, its ability to purify and cleanse. To them, fire was the visible representation of Belinus' sun-like power, and it was through fire that his healing was invoked. As the flames rose, so too did the prayers of the people, calling upon the Shining One to mend broken bodies and spirits. Festivals dedicated to Belinus, like those celebrated during the height of summer, were marked by dancing around bonfires, singing songs of gratitude, and invoking the god's light for strength, vitality, and protection. In the regions of Gaul, Belinus was not only a god of physical healing, but also a patron of the creative and intellectual arts. The Celts, with their rich tradition of oral poetry, music, and craftsmanship, honored Belinus for the way he inspired innovation. It was under his guiding rays that bards would craft their songs, and warriors would paint their shields with symbols of power and victory. His light spurred the imagination, and it was said that those who sought his favor would find themselves gifted with extraordinary artistic talent. Much like the sun nurtured the earth to produce crops, Belinus nurtured the mind to produce creativity. His association with healing extended beyond the physical realm into the spiritual. People came to his sacred groves and temples, seeking solace and guidance. There, the priests and priestesses would perform rituals to channel the divine energy of Belinus. Those in need of healing would bathe in sacred springs, believed to be infused with the sun god's power, and receive blessings of strength and well-being. It was a place where the light of Belinus, both literal and metaphorical, would envelop the devotee, washing away their ailments and offering them a chance to start anew. Though Belinus was most often associated with healing and the arts, his presence also permeated other aspects of Celtic life. As a god of the sun, he was also seen as a symbol of vitality and growth. The warmth of his rays made the land fertile, allowing crops to flourish. During times of hardship, when the harvest seemed uncertain or crops failed to yield, the people would turn to Belinus for guidance. They prayed for a return of his full power, hoping for a bountiful harvest that would sustain their communities. Belinus was not a solitary god in the Celtic pantheon. He was closely associated with other deities, both male and female, whose powers complemented his own. His role as a healer, artist, and life-giver was balanced by the presence of goddesses of the earth and the moon, whose energies were thought to be in harmony with his solar influence. Together, they formed a divine balance that reflected the interconnectedness of all life. As the Celts moved and mingled with other cultures, Belinus' influence spread into the Italic regions, where his worship was integrated with other deities of the sun and healing. In these regions, his name and attributes became intertwined with those of Apollo, the Roman god of healing and light. While Apollo's influence overshadowed that of Belinus in the later years, the Celts continued to honor their Shining One, keeping his light alive in their hearts. Despite the passing of time and the fading of the Celtic polytheistic traditions, Belinus' light did not extinguish completely. He lives on in the remnants of Celtic culture, in the healing rituals, the songs, and the stories passed down through generations. His name may have been lost to the annals of history, but his radiant essence still burns brightly, a reminder of the power of the sun to heal and to inspire, to transform lives and illuminate the world. Belinus was the sun in more ways than one, both a physical presence that bathed the earth in life-giving light and a divine force that touched the soul, guiding it toward creativity, healing, and growth. In the warmth of his rays, the Celts saw not only the promise of another day but the potential for greatness within themselves, a greatness that could only be achieved through the balance of mind, body, and spirit. And just as the sun never ceases to rise, so too does the memory of Belinus shine, a beacon of hope and healing for those who look to the light. The sun hung heavy in the sky, a blazing orb casting its fierce light over the Valley of Mexico. The earth below shimmered in its heat, and yet, the people of the Aztec Empire trembled at the thought of its possible absence. For they knew the price of the sun's movement, sacrifice. Tonatiuh, the mighty sun god, watched over them with fiery eyes, his presence not just a source of warmth, but a constant reminder of the delicate balance between life and death. Without his light, the earth would fall into darkness, and all would be lost. In the heart of Aztec cosmology, the sun was not a constant. It was born and reborn in cycles, each one more precarious than the last. The Aztecs believed that the current era, Tonatiuh's reign, was the fifth sun, the latest in a series of cosmic ages that had been destroyed and rebuilt by the gods. According to their myth, the world had gone through 4 previous suns, each one brought to an end by a catastrophe, a jaguar that devoured humanity, a tempest of fire that consumed everything, a flood that drowned the earth, and a wind that swept away the remnants of life. And now, in the 5th sun, the people of the world had been given another chance, but they knew it came with a terrible price. Tonatiuh was the god who drove the sun across the sky, blazing from dawn until dusk, but his movement was not automatic. It was the result of a sacrifice, a gift from the gods that kept the sun moving and ensured the survival of the world. The Aztecs believed that for the sun to continue its path through the heavens, it needed to be nourished by blood, human blood. And so, with reverence and fear, they turned to the gods for guidance, knowing that their lives depended on the rituals and sacrifices they offered in Tonatiuh's name. In the great temples that soared above the city of Tenochtitlan, the priests would perform elaborate ceremonies to honor Tonatiuh. These ceremonies were not just acts of worship, they were vital to the survival of the world itself. The sun's movement, the cycle of day and night, was directly tied to the sacrifices offered by the people. Without blood, Tonatiuh would grow weak and the world would be plunged into darkness. The very heartbeat of the sun, beating through the offering of human lives, was the sacred currency that allowed the sun to travel across the sky. The Aztecs believed that the sun's power was not only life-giving but also destructive. Tonatiuh's fiery nature was both a gift and a curse, as his warmth allowed crops to grow, yet his heat could scorch the earth. The sun god's wrath was something to be feared, for when the sun's journey through the sky faltered, so too did the earth's vitality. The Aztecs lived in constant awe of Tonatiuh's power, understanding that the sun's movements were fragile and easily interrupted. The legend of the five suns told the story of the cosmic struggle between the gods and the forces of destruction. It was the gods who had sacrificed themselves to create the earth, and it was their sacrifices that ensured the continuity of the world. Yet, Tonatiuh's light was never guaranteed. The gods had fought, each taking their turn to create and destroy, to give and take. It was said that Tonatiuh had been chosen to rule the fifth sun because of his unwavering strength, his ability to rise each day, despite the challenges he faced. But his reign was not certain, it would only last as long as the sacrifices were made to keep him strong. The Aztecs believed that the current age was fragile, that they were living on borrowed time. The cycle of life and death played out in the heavens just as it did on earth. For Tonatiuh's reign to endure, the Aztecs would have to ensure that the gods were honored and that sacrifices were made in earnest. The idea of sacrifice was woven deeply into the fabric of Aztec life. It was not a barbaric act, but a necessary offering to maintain the cosmic order. The lives of the sacrificial victims were seen as gifts, their blood the fuel that kept the sun from fading. As the sun god who ruled the fifth sun, Tonatiuh's appearance was a force of nature, both awe-inspiring and terrifying. He was often depicted as a face surrounded by rays of light, his mouth wide in a fierce expression, ready to devour the hearts of those offered to him. This image of Tonatiuh was not one of gentle benevolence, but of raw power, his divine presence consumed by the need to maintain the sun's journey. It was this power that the Aztecs revered, and it was this power that they feared. Yet, despite the fear, the Aztecs understood the importance of Tonatiuh's role in the great balance of life and death. They knew that without his radiance, the earth would be shrouded in darkness, the crops would wither, and their lives would be extinguished. And so, they gave with open hands, offering what was required of them to sustain the sun's course. The ceremony was never just about appeasing Tonatiuh, it was about ensuring the survival of the world, about maintaining the sacred order of the cosmos. Tonatiuh was the embodiment of both creation and destruction. His reign was the culmination of the struggle between light and dark, life and death, and his power was a constant reminder of the delicate balance that sustained the world. The Aztecs believed that their survival was tied to this balance, that the world would cease to exist if the sun faltered. And so, they honored Tonatiuh with unwavering devotion, offering their sacrifices to ensure the continuity of his fiery journey. The legend of the five suns was a story of struggle, sacrifice, and rebirth. It was a story of how the gods had shaped the world and how their sacrifices had ensured the survival of the earth. Tonatiuh's reign was but one chapter in this ongoing saga, a chapter that was fragile, yet vital to the world's existence. The Aztecs knew that as long as the sun rose each day, they were living in the grace of the gods. But they also knew that this grace came at a price, and the price was the very lifeblood of their people. The light of Tonatiuh, fierce and unyielding, continued to burn in the skies, a reminder of the sacrifice and devotion that kept the world turning. And as long as the sun rose, the Aztecs would continue to honor the Shining One, for without his light, there would be nothing. The first rays of dawn stretched across the horizon, and in the early light, the Aztecs saw the world through a lens of both awe and fear. For to them, the sun was not merely a celestial body, it was a fierce, burning force that could bring life or destruction. And at the heart of that solar fire stood Huitzilopochtli, the god who embodied both the radiant power of the sun and the unrelenting fury of war. He was the warrior god, the divine protector of the Aztec people, and the light that drove back the darkness, literally and figuratively. Huitzilopochtli was not just any sun god. While the sun itself was a powerful force, his power was far more complex. He was the god of the sun during the day, the one who rose in the sky and drove away the night, but he was also a god of war, the relentless force that fought against the enemies of the Aztec people. Huitzilopochtli's presence was felt in every battle, every struggle for survival. As the Aztecs marched into war, it was his spirit that burned in their hearts, guiding their hands and emboldening their steps. The sun, after all, was not just a symbol of life, but a fierce struggle of the fight to maintain balance in a chaotic world. His birth, as legend had it, was no ordinary event. Huitzilopochtli's entrance into the world was marked by an intense battle against the forces of darkness that sought to overtake him before he even drew his first breath. According to the myth, he was born to the goddess Coatlicue, the Earth Mother, who had been impregnated by a feathered ball that fell from the sky. But as soon as his sister, the moon goddess Coatlicue, and his other siblings discovered that Coatlicue was pregnant with this strange child, they were filled with rage. The idea of a new god was an affront to them, and they decided to kill their mother before she could give birth. As Coatlicue stood alone, ready to face the wrath of her children, something miraculous happened. From her womb, Huitzilopochtli emerged fully grown, armed, and ready for battle. With a fierce battle cry, he confronted his siblings, slaying them one by one. He chased Coatlicue to the top of the mountain, where he struck her down, decapitating her and sending her head spinning through the sky, where it became the moon. With that single act, Huitzilopochtli established himself as the god of the sun, the eternal defender of light. He was a god born of blood and fire, one who would forever carry the mark of conflict in his heart. The legend of his birth was more than just a dramatic origin story, it was the foundation of Huitzilopochtli's identity. He was the embodiment of struggle and strength, a divine warrior who would always battle the forces of darkness in the cosmos. His fight against Coatlicue and her followers symbolized the eternal conflict between light and darkness, day and night, life and death. Every day, as the sun rose in the sky, Huitzilopochtli was engaged in this primal battle, pushing the darkness back and ensuring that the world remained illuminated. This myth, this cosmic battle, was not just symbolic, it was real to the Aztecs. Every day, the sun's journey through the sky was an epic struggle. As Huitzilopochtli rode across the heavens, he faced opposition from the forces of night and chaos. To the Aztecs, the sun's apparent death each evening, when it sank below the horizon, was not the end of its journey, it was a temporary retreat, a pause before the next battle began. And just as Huitzilopochtli had defeated his enemies in the myth, so too did the sun rise again, each day triumphing over the darkness. But Huitzilopochtli's role went beyond the heavens. As the god of war, he was the patron of the Aztec warriors, the divine force that guided them into battle. The Aztecs believed that war was not just about conquest, it was a sacred duty, a divine calling. Warriors were seen as instruments of Huitzilopochtli's will, carrying out the god's command to maintain order in the world. In every battle, whether it was against foreign enemies or internal strife, the warriors invoked the god's name, hoping to be infused with his strength and courage. The Aztec calendar was filled with festivals and rituals that honored Huitzilopochtli, marking the different stages of the sun's journey and the seasons of war. One of the most significant was the Panquetzalizli, a festival dedicated to Huitzilopochtli that celebrated his victory over the darkness. During this time, the Aztecs would perform elaborate ceremonies, offering sacrifices to the sun god to ensure his continued strength. The sacrifices were not just symbolic, they were necessary, as the Aztecs believed that Huitzilopochtli needed nourishment in the form of blood to maintain his power and protect the people. In these ceremonies, the blood of captives was offered up to Huitzilopochtli, the sun god who was also a warrior. The sacrifices were meant to honor him and to ensure that the sun's daily battle would continue. The Aztecs saw their own battles as part of this larger cosmic war, and they believed that the sacrifices they made were necessary to keep the balance of the universe intact. The sun needed to remain strong, and Huitzilopochtli, as both the sun and the warrior god, was the key to this balance. But it wasn't just the Aztecs who recognized Huitzilopochtli's power. His influence spread far beyond their empire, and his image appeared throughout Mesoamerica. In many ways, he was a god who transcended the boundaries of cultures, a symbol of strength and light in a world that was constantly shifting between order and chaos. Huitzilopochtli's name, which means hummingbird of the south, reflected his dual nature as both a sun god and a god of war. The hummingbird was a fierce creature, small but powerful, and it was said that Huitzilopochtli's energy was like the rapid beating of its wings, a force that could not be stopped. This image of the hummingbird, swift and unstoppable, mirrored the god's ability to defeat darkness and bring light to the world. It was a reminder that even the smallest of forces could carry immense power. As the sun rose each morning, it was a reminder to the Aztecs that Huitzilopochtli was always watching, always fighting for them. He was the protector, the eternal warrior who kept the darkness at bay. With each victory in the sky, he ensured that the Aztec people could live, fight, and flourish. His flame burned brightly in their hearts, pushing them to be as relentless and fierce as the sun itself. And as the sun sank into the horizon each night, the people knew that Huitzilopochtli's battle was not over, it was only a pause before the next fight began. For the war between light and darkness, between life and death, would never cease. And Huitzilopochtli, the sun god, would never stop fighting. The morning sky over the jungles of the Yucatan Peninsula was alive with color. The sun, ever powerful, broke through the heavy canopy of leaves, casting shafts of light that seemed to touch everything it illuminated. Amid the ancient stones of the Maya temples, in the very heart of their city, Tonatiuh, the Maya sun god, watched over his people. He was the embodiment of the sun itself, radiant, powerful, and ever-present. His presence brought life to the world, shaped the seasons, and illuminated the path of the Maya civilization. Tonatiuh was more than just a solar deity, he was a god who bridged the heavens and the earth, an intermediary between the gods and the people. He was the sun at its zenith, shining brightly and fearlessly, just as he was the sun at the horizon, dipping into darkness only to rise again. The Maya understood that the sun was more than a natural force. It was the pulse of life, the center of existence, and Tonatiuh was the heart that beat within it. Unlike other sun gods, Tonatiuh was not just a god of light. His nature was multifaceted, blending both warmth and fierceness, generosity and danger. The sun could nourish the crops and provide light for the people, but it could also burn, scorch the earth, and turn day into unbearable heat. Tonatiuh's power was both a gift and a reminder of the frailty of life, a reminder that light and warmth, just like darkness and cold, must be revered. The Maya saw the sun not only as a celestial body but also as a force that shaped their world, governing their time and their seasons. Tonatiuh's journey across the sky each day was a metaphor for the Maya's own journey through life. His cycle from dawn to dusk mirrored their existence from birth to death, with the sun's rising, traveling, and setting reflecting the passing of time. Every morning, when Tonatiuh rose in the east, it was a new beginning. Every evening, when he set in the west, it was a reminder that all things must come to an end. The Maya believed that the sun was not a solitary entity, it was part of a larger cosmic system. Tonatiuh was often seen as a guiding force in the cosmos, ensuring that the forces of creation and destruction remained in balance. He was associated with the calendar, specifically the Hab and Tsokin, the sacred cycles that governed the Maya's agricultural and religious practices. To the Maya, the sun was a timekeeper, and its movements told them when to plant, when to harvest, and when to perform their sacred rituals. In this sense, Tonatiuh was not just a deity to be worshipped, but a force that structured and controlled the very rhythms of life. Tonatiuh's connection to the Maya's agricultural cycle was profound. The sun's power was essential to the growth of the crops that sustained their society. Without the sun, the land would remain barren and unyielding. And so, the Maya revered Tonatiuh not only for his light, but for his role as the sustainer of life. They saw him as a life-giving force, as vital to their survival as the food they harvested. It was said that when Tonatiuh's rays touched the earth, they brought with them blessings of fertility and abundance. The sun nurtured their fields, providing the heat necessary for the crops to grow, but it was also a reminder that the cycle of life was fleeting. One of the most important aspects of Tonatiuh's symbolism was his connection to time. To the Maya, time was sacred, and every aspect of their society was tied to the movements of the celestial bodies. The sun's journey was closely observed, and its patterns were recorded in the intricate calendars that guided the lives of the people. Tonatiuh's rising and setting marked the passage of days, months, and years. It was through his cycles that the Maya understood the passage of time, not just in a linear sense, but as a sacred, cyclical force that governed the rhythm of existence. The Maya believed that time was not a straight line, but a series of cycles that repeated, like the sun's daily journey. Tonatiuh's role was not limited to just the sun in the sky. His presence was also felt in the earth, where he was often associated with the sacred cacao tree, whose beans were not only a vital food source but also used in religious rituals. The connection between the sun and cacao was a direct link between life and sustenance. Just as the sun nourished the earth and helped plants grow, the cacao tree, often regarded as a gift from the gods, nourished the people and served as a central element in Maya spiritual life. The cacao beans were used in sacred drinks during rituals, offering a direct connection between Tonatiuh's power and the life of the Maya people. Tonatiuh's appearance in Maya art and iconography often reflected his multifaceted nature. He was typically depicted as a radiant, bearded god, his face surrounded by the blazing rays of the sun. Sometimes, his eyes would be shown as piercing, staring directly into the soul, a reminder of the sun's all-seeing power. In other depictions, his face would be merged with symbols of light and energy, emphasizing the divine power that radiated from him. This image of the god was not just an artistic representation, it was a symbol of his divine authority, his connection to the heavens, and his ability to transform the world through his light. One of the most striking aspects of Tonatiuh's myth was his association with the concept of duality, both creation and destruction, life and death. His power could bring prosperity and growth, but it could also burn and devastate. Just as the sun's heat could ripen fruit, it could also dry the earth and scorch the crops. To the Maya, the sun was a reminder that life was a constant balancing act, a cycle of birth and rebirth, creation and decay. This duality was present in every aspect of their religious rituals and ceremonies. Tonatiuh, like the sun itself, embodied the paradox of existence, the cycle of life and death that shaped the world. The Maya also believed that Tonatiuh had a deep connection to the spiritual world. His rays not only illuminated the physical earth, but were also thought to touch the souls of the living and the dead. In death, the sun god was seen as a guide, leading the souls of the departed through the underworld and into the afterlife. Just as the sun descended each night, so too did the souls of the departed journey through the darkness before they were reborn into the light. Tonatiuh, therefore, was not just the god of the living but also the guide for those who had passed into the next world. Tonatiuh's place in Maya culture was as central as the sun itself. He was more than a god, he was the lifeblood of their civilization, the force that gave meaning to their time and existence. To worship Tonatiuh was to honor the sun, to recognize the fragility of life, and to understand the power of light and darkness that shaped the Maya world. His radiance illuminated their lives, and his absence was felt deeply. The cycle of the sun was the cycle of the Maya, constant, eternal, and ever-present. The golden sun hung low over the vast African savanna, casting long shadows over the land that stretched endlessly toward the horizon. The earth seemed to hum with a deep, ancient rhythm, a pulse that had echoed across the continent for eons. And as the sun dipped lower in the sky, two divine figures watched over their people, Nyambai and Liza. These sun deities were more than just representations of light and warmth. They were the very breath of creation, the forces that sustained life and kept the world in balance. Their stories are woven into the fabric of African mythology, a reminder of the deep connection between the gods, nature, and humanity. Nyambai, the supreme god of the Luba people of Central Africa, was often seen as the creator and provider. He was the one who breathed life into the earth, whose hands shaped the mountains and rivers. But Nyambai's most important role was as the sun god, the source of life and energy. As the sun reached its peak each day, the people looked to Nyambai, believing that his light was the very essence of existence itself. Without him, they knew, life would cease to exist, and the world would be swallowed by darkness. He was not just a deity to be worshipped, he was a vital force that gave meaning to every living thing. In the Luba creation myth, Nyambai is depicted as the divine craftsman, shaping the world and its inhabitants from the dust of the earth. He placed the sun in the sky, not just as a source of warmth, but as a giver of life. Nyambai's sun was not a passive, distant object. It was a living, breathing presence in the world, constantly moving and shifting in the sky, as if to remind the people that life, too, was in constant motion. As Nyambai watched over the earth from his celestial seat, the warmth of the sun enveloped the land, ensuring that the crops would grow, the animals would thrive, and the people would live. Liza, the sister of Nyambai in some versions of the myth, was a more complex figure. While Nyambai's role was that of a benevolent god who nurtured and provided, Liza was often seen as a deity of both creation and destruction. She was the sun at its zenith, radiant and powerful, but she was also the sun at its most intense, capable of scorching the earth. Where Nyambai's sun was warm and gentle, Liza's was fierce and unforgiving. Her presence was a reminder of the duality of life, the balance between light and darkness, creation and destruction. In some traditions, Liza was said to have been the one who created the first humans, shaping them from the clay of the earth and breathing life into them. But just as she could create, she could also destroy. Liza's intense heat was believed to burn away the old and the decayed, making way for new life to emerge. Her role in African cosmology was one of cyclical change. Everything that was born from her warmth would eventually return to her flame. She was the sun that both nurtured and consumed, a force of nature that mirrored the harsh yet beautiful reality of existence. The relationship between Nyambai and Liza was often seen as a reflection of the interplay between light and dark. Together, they were the sun in its entirety, both nurturing and destroying, both life-giving and fearsome. The people who worshipped them understood that the sun, like the gods, was not simply one-dimensional. It was a force that could not be tamed or controlled, and it was this very untamable quality that made it both revered and feared. The sun's role in African life was not just symbolic, it was practical and deeply embedded in the rhythms of daily existence. The sun determined the seasons, guided the farmers in their planting, and marked the passage of time. In many African cultures, the sun was seen as the ultimate timekeeper, its movements across the sky serving as the calendar for everyday life. The sun's rising and setting were used to track important events, and its appearance at different times of the year indicated the arrival of different seasons. In this way, Nyambai and Liza were not only divine entities, they were also integral to the survival and success of the people. They were the ultimate controllers of the cycles of life. In many African societies, rituals and ceremonies were dedicated to the sun gods, marking the changing of the seasons, the beginning and end of harvests, and the rites of passage that defined life. These rituals were often centered around the sun's position in the sky, and they were deeply spiritual, seeking to honor the deities who governed the natural world. Offerings were made to Nyambai and Liza, seeking their favor and protection. To the people, these rituals were essential. Without the sun gods, there would be no crops, no harvest, no life. The sun was both a physical and spiritual presence, and its power was both feared and revered. As the sun set each day, the people would look to the horizon, where Nyambai and Liza would retire to the underworld, only to rise again in the morning. This cycle of death and rebirth mirrored the life cycle of the people themselves. Just as the sun would disappear into the darkness, so too did life ebb away into death. But with each new dawn, the world was renewed, just as the gods themselves were renewed in their eternal struggle to balance creation and destruction. In some versions of the myth, Nyambai and Liza are not only the sun gods, but also the deities of life and death. Their cycle represents the balance that sustains the world. When Nyambai's gentle rays warm the earth, life flourishes. When Liza's fierce heat scorches the earth, it is a time for renewal, for the old to be cleared away and the new to take root. This cycle of destruction and rebirth is as necessary as the sun itself. Without it, the world would stagnate, unable to grow or change. The presence of Nyambai and Liza in African mythology is a testament to the deep connection that African peoples have always had with the natural world. Their gods were not distant, abstract figures, they were the forces that shaped the very lives of the people. The sun, in its eternal cycle, was both a symbol of divine power and a reminder of the fragility of life. Nyambai and Liza, as the sun gods, embodied this duality. They were the givers of life, but they were also the harbingers of death. The people understood that without the sun, there could be no life, but they also understood that with the sun came the inevitability of change, of destruction and renewal. The stories of Nyambai and Liza, passed down through generations, remind us that the sun, in all its brilliance and fury, is both a force of creation and destruction. It is a power that transcends the human experience, a force that governs not only the physical world but also the spiritual. And as long as the sun rises each morning and sets each evening, the stories of Nyambai and Liza will continue to echo in the hearts of those who know the power of the sun and the life it brings. In the soft glow of a setting sun, the African landscape transforms. The sprawling savannas, the dense jungles, the bustling villages, all seem to breathe with a life of their own, as the golden hues stretch across the earth. As the sun sinks beneath the horizon, the tales of old awaken, stories passed down through generations that center around the sun. These tales, vibrant and rich with meaning, embody the essence of life itself, the cycles of creation and destruction, of light and shadow, of life and death. Solar themes in African folklore are not just symbols, they are reflections of the deeper rhythms of life. The sun is seen not merely as a celestial body but as an active force that shapes and governs the world. In various cultures across the African continent, the sun is revered as both a giver and a taker, a source of life, warmth, and nourishment, but also of destruction and renewal. It governs the seasons, the harvests, and the daily cycle of existence. The sun is a timeless presence in these stories, shaping destinies and reminding the people of the delicate balance between light and darkness. From the deserts of the Sahara to the lush forests of Central Africa, the sun figures prominently in the oral traditions of countless African peoples. In many ways, solar myths reflect the profound connection between the African people and the natural world. The sun is not just overhead, it is intimately tied to the land and the people who live upon it. In the harsh heat of the day, it stands as a reminder of life's fragility. In the coolness of the night, when the sun has retreated, it becomes a symbol of the cyclical nature of existence. In the folklore of the Yoruba people, for example, the sun is often associated with the great Orisha, Orunmila, the deity of wisdom, knowledge, and destiny. Orunmila is said to reside in the heavens, watching over the lives of humans. In many Yoruba stories, the sun plays a vital role in shaping the fate of individuals, its light illuminating paths and offering guidance. But the sun's light is also considered to reveal the hidden truths of the world, exposing what has been kept in darkness, whether it be secrets of the past or unknown future events. The Akan people of West Africa also have a strong connection to solar themes. Their sun deity, Nyam, is the supreme god of the universe, the creator of all things, who, like the sun, provides warmth and light to the world. Nyam's rays are seen as the divine influence that keeps the world in balance, maintaining order in the cosmos. The sun is also linked to the Akan concept of Sankofa, the idea of looking to the past in order to move forward. In this way, the sun is a reminder that time is cyclical, what was once lost can be found again, and that all things are connected in an eternal circle. In the folklore of the Dogon people of Mali, the sun is intricately tied to their complex cosmology. The Dogon believe that the sun is a celestial being, a divine force that oversees the world and governs its rhythms. The sun is also associated with the god Amma, who created the world and set it into motion. In Dogon mythology, the sun represents life and energy, as it is the source of all warmth and vitality. But it also represents a source of mystery and spiritual power, as the sun is a divine symbol of cosmic order, balancing the forces of creation and destruction. The Maasai of East Africa have their own set of beliefs surrounding the sun, seeing it as a powerful deity that governs the life cycles of both nature and humans. Their sun god, Enki, is the creator of all things, the giver of life, and the force that sustains the world. Enki is depicted as a god who watches over the land, ensuring that the sun provides enough warmth for the crops and animals to thrive. But Enki also controls the rains, which are crucial to the survival of the Maasai people, and the sun's power is balanced by its ability to bring both drought and abundance. The Maasai understand that the sun's power must be respected, for it can provide life or destroy it, depending on how it is treated. One of the most profound solar myths in African folklore comes from the story of the sun's journey through the sky. Many African cultures speak of the sun's daily travels, often personifying the sun as a deity or a hero on a quest. The most common theme in these myths is the sun's descent into the underworld at night, only to be reborn at dawn. In these stories, the sun's death and resurrection reflect the cycles of life and death, reminding the people that every ending is followed by a new beginning. In the folklore of the Zulu people of southern Africa, for instance, the sun's journey is linked to the story of the great hero, Unkalunkalu, who is said to be the creator of the world. Each day, the sun is said to journey from the east to the west, and in its setting, it signifies the end of a cycle. But the sun's setting is not the end of its story, it is merely a transition, for it will rise again in the morning. This resurrection of the sun is seen as a symbol of hope, a reminder that no matter how dark or difficult life may become, the light of a new day will always follow. The sun's journey is also a reminder of the balance between life and death, the inevitable passing of time, and the hope for renewal. In many African myths, the sun is also closely associated with wisdom and knowledge. The sun's light is often seen as a symbol of enlightenment, illuminating the mind and guiding the people toward understanding. In the mythologies of the Shona people of Zimbabwe, the sun is portrayed as a wise elder who shares knowledge with the people. The sun is not just a physical force, it is also an intellectual and spiritual force, one that imparts wisdom to those who are open to receiving it. The sun's rays are seen as symbols of enlightenment, offering insight into the mysteries of life and the universe. Solar themes in African folklore are not just about the natural world, they are about the human experience. They speak to the challenges and triumphs of life, the balance between good and evil, creation and destruction, light and darkness. The sun is a powerful reminder that life is cyclical and ever-changing, that every day brings a new opportunity for growth, and that the light of knowledge and wisdom is always available to those who seek it. It is both a physical presence and a spiritual force, one that shapes the lives of all who live beneath its rays. As the sun sets on the African horizon, its golden light fading into the night, it leaves behind more than just warmth, it leaves behind a legacy of stories. These stories are the threads that connect the past to the present, the human to the divine. The solar myths of Africa are timeless, and they continue to shine bright, casting light on the hearts and minds of those who carry them forward. In the harsh, unforgiving northern lands of the ancient Norse people, where the winters stretched long and the summers were fleeting, the sun held a special place in their hearts. Sol, the radiant sun goddess, was the embodiment of hope and warmth in a world often overshadowed by darkness and cold. To the Norse, the sun was not just a celestial body but a life-giving force, one that governed the seasons, the growth of crops, and the very survival of the people. Sol was the guiding light that made the world turn, a symbol of endurance and resilience in a land where daylight was often scarce. Sol's journey across the sky was not just a daily routine, it was a dramatic race, a chase that had been etched into the fabric of Norse mythology. She was forever pursued by the wolf Skoll, a terrifying creature who sought to swallow her. Every day, Sol would ride her chariot, driven by the powerful horses Arvik and Alsvid, across the sky, her golden rays stretching out over the land, bringing light to the world. But behind her, Skoll lurked, eager to catch her and engulf the light in his dark jaws. As she raced through the heavens, the shadow of the wolf loomed ever closer, a constant reminder of the precariousness of life and the inevitability of the struggle between light and darkness. The chase was more than just a myth, it was a reflection of the constant battle that the Norse people experienced in their harsh environment. Their lives were shaped by the rhythms of nature, the cold, brutal winters and the fleeting, precious summers. In this way, Soul's journey became a metaphor for their own existence. They understood the fragility of life, the constant tension between light and darkness, survival and destruction. Soul's race against Skoll was not just a celestial event, it was a symbol of the human condition, a reminder that even in the brightest moments, danger was never far away. Soul's role as the sun goddess was vital to the Norse understanding of the world. She was the bringer of day, the source of warmth and light. Without her, the world would be plunged into eternal darkness. The Norse people recognized her as the one who gave life to all things, and in her light, they found their strength and hope. As she made her daily journey across the sky, she not only illuminated the earth, but also brought the promise of a new day. Her rays were seen as a blessing, a divine gift that nurtured the crops, the animals, and the people. But the story of Soul was not only about light and warmth, it was also about sacrifice. For in the pursuit of her radiant light, Soul was forever fleeing from Skoll, never able to rest, never able to escape the wolf's ravenous hunger. This endless chase mirrored the Norse understanding of fate and destiny. In their worldview, even the gods were not immune to the forces of chaos and destruction. The myth of Soul and Skoll was a reminder that even in a world full of light, darkness was always lurking, ready to pounce. In some versions of Norse mythology, Soul's chariot ride was not just an ordinary event, it was the key to the very structure of the universe. The sun's movement across the sky was seen as a cosmic dance, one that brought order and balance to the world. It was Soul's light that allowed the seasons to change, that made the crops grow and the animals thrive. Without her daily journey, the world would be cast into chaos. She was the keeper of time, the one who ensured that the cycles of nature continued uninterrupted. The sun's rise and set were marks of time, each day a cycle in the ongoing drama of existence. Soul's role in Norse mythology was also deeply connected to the concept of renewal. Though she was constantly pursued by Skoll, her light always returned, rising again each morning to dispel the darkness. This cyclical nature of her journey symbolized the eternal process of life, death, and rebirth. The Norse believed that no matter how long the winter or how dark the night, the sun would always rise again. This was a message of hope, a reminder that even in the most difficult times, there was always the possibility of renewal. The sun's return each day was a promise that life would continue, that the darkness would eventually give way to light. Yet, there was also an underlying sadness to Soul's story. She was not just a goddess of light, she was also a symbol of the transience of life. Her constant flight from Skoll reflected the inevitability of fate and the uncertainty of existence. For the Norse people, this constant tension between light and dark, between life and death, was an inescapable reality. No matter how brightly Soul burned, her race against the wolf was destined to end in darkness. And when the day came that Skoll finally caught her, when the sun was swallowed by the wolf, it would signal the beginning of Ragnarok, the end of the world. But even in the face of this grim fate, the Norse people continued to honor Soul. They recognized her as a force that was both beautiful and terrifying, a goddess whose light gave life and whose darkness symbolized the end of all things. Her story was a reflection of their understanding of the world, a place where light and darkness, creation and destruction, were inextricably linked. Soul's journey across the sky was a daily reminder that life, like the sun, was fleeting, but that its light should be cherished for as long as it lasted. In Norse culture, the sun was more than just a physical phenomenon, it was a powerful symbol, one that represented hope, survival, and the cyclical nature of existence. Soul's daily chariot ride was a ritual that reaffirmed the world's order, a cosmic event that brought meaning to the passage of time. The sun was seen as a divine force that connected the human world with the gods, a presence that shaped the lives of all living things. The Norse people, in their stark and rugged world, understood that Sol was both a gift and a challenge. She was the lifeblood of their world, yet she was also a constant reminder of the struggle between light and darkness. And as the sun set each evening, they knew that its return the next day was never guaranteed, that the world could slip into shadow at any moment. Sol's eternal chase was not just a story, it was a reflection of the way they saw the world, beautiful, fragile, and always in motion, a place where light and darkness were locked in an eternal struggle, each shaping the other. In the vast, untamed expanse of the ancient Slavic lands, where forests whispered with the winds of old and rivers carved through the earth like veins of life, the sun was not just a celestial entity, it was a deity. Dazbog, the Slavic god of the sun, was more than a mere symbol of light. He was the giver of life, the bringer of warmth, and the protector of the people. His golden rays touched every corner of the earth, nourishing the crops, sustaining the animals, and guiding the hearts of those who worshipped him. Dazbog's presence in Slavic mythology is deeply intertwined with the natural world. To the Slavs, the sun was not just a far-off star, it was a living force, one that moved through the sky with purpose and power. As the sun traveled across the heavens, Dazbog was believed to ride his chariot, drawn by fiery horses, spreading light and warmth across the land. Each day, he climbed higher into the sky, bringing daylight to the world, and each night, he descended into the underworld, only to rise again in the morning. His cycle was a reflection of the eternal rhythm of life, birth, growth, death, and rebirth. For the ancient Slavs, Dazbog was not just a celestial being, he was also a protector and a guide. In a world where survival was a constant battle against the elements, Dazbog was seen as the divine force that ensured the sun's warmth reached the earth. Without his light, the world would be consumed by cold and darkness. It was Dazbog's rays that allowed the crops to grow, the animals to thrive, and the people to live. His warmth was the life force that connected all living things, and his light was the symbol of hope and renewal. The mythology surrounding Dazbog is filled with profound meaning. One of the most striking elements of his story is his connection to the concept of time and the passage of the seasons. The Slavs believed that Dazbog's journey through the sky marked the changing of the seasons, with his rising in the spring symbolizing rebirth and the beginning of growth, and his setting in the autumn representing the end of the cycle, a time for rest and renewal. His journey was more than just a daily cycle of light and dark, it was a reflection of the eternal cycle of life itself. The seasons turned, the years passed, and the sun's rays touched the earth once more, bringing life to the world and ensuring that the cycle would continue. Dazbog's role as a sun god was also deeply connected to the Slavic understanding of balance and harmony. In many myths, the sun was not a solitary force, but one that existed in a delicate balance with other elements of the natural world. While Dazbog brought warmth and light, other gods represented the night, the moon, and the stars. These forces were not in conflict with the sun but worked in tandem to create the cosmic order. The sun, the moon, and the stars were seen as interconnected, each playing a vital role in the harmony of the universe. In this way, Dazbog was not just a god of power, he was a god of balance, ensuring that the forces of nature worked together to maintain the order of the world. Dazbog's connection to kingship and leadership is also a significant aspect of his mythology. Like many sun gods in other cultures, Dazbog was often associated with rulers and the strength of the nation. In the Slavic tradition, the sun was seen as a symbol of divine authority, and the king or ruler was believed to be the earthly representative of the sun. Just as Dazbog's light illuminated the world, the ruler's wisdom and power were believed to guide the people. The sun was seen as a symbol of justice and order, and the ruler, in turn, was expected to bring light to the world and protect it from darkness. The connection between Dazbog and kingship is a reminder that true power comes from a balance of strength and wisdom, a force that guides and nurtures rather than dominates and controls. Yet, as much as Dazbog was revered as a source of life and warmth, there was also a recognition of his power and his potential for destruction. The sun, in all its glory, could also bring scorching heat and harsh rays that could burn the earth. The same light that nourished the crops could also dry them up in an unforgiving drought. This duality was a crucial aspect of Dazbog's character. He was not simply a benevolent god, he was a force of nature that could both create and destroy. The ancient Slavs understood that the sun's power was not to be taken lightly, for while it could bring life, it could also take it away. One of the most captivating aspects of Dazbog's mythology is the idea of his eternal journey. As the sun moves across the sky, so too does Dazbog's chariot ride, a constant cycle that mirrors the passage of time. Each day, he rides from the east to the west, his chariot blazing a trail across the heavens. But at night, he disappears into the underworld, only to be reborn in the morning, rising once again to bring light to the world. This cyclical nature of Dazbog's journey reflects the cycles of life, death, and rebirth that define existence. The sun's descent into the underworld was symbolic of death and the end of one cycle, while its return in the morning represented the hope of a new beginning. The myth of Dazbog's journey also highlights the Slavic belief in the interconnectedness of all things. The sun's passage across the sky was not just a solitary event, it was part of a larger cosmic order. The sun was not only the giver of life, but it also worked in concert with the other forces of nature, the wind, the rain, the earth, to ensure the harmony of the world. The Slavs understood that everything in the universe was connected, and that every action had a consequence. The balance between the forces of light and darkness, creation and destruction, was essential to the survival of the world. The myths of Or and Urilo also reflect a deeper understanding of the passage of time, of the inevitability of change. They were not just gods of the sun, but representations of the eternal cycle of life, death, and rebirth. In their duality, the Slavic people found meaning in the endless rhythm of the seasons, a rhythm that was as old as the earth itself. And as each season turned, from the cold, distant light of Or to the warm, passionate rays of Urilo, they understood that in the end, the balance of these forces was what made life possible. Without both, there would be no life at all. In the frozen expanse of Siberia and the Arctic, where the sun's presence can be both fleeting and all-encompassing, the imagery of the sun in myth and folklore holds a particular, raw significance. It is a light that doesn't always shine in abundance, but when it does, it holds the power to change the world, to ignite hope in the darkest winters, and to provide life in places where survival is a constant challenge. In these remote and often harsh regions, the sun is not just a celestial body, it is a symbol of survival, mystery, and transcendence. For the indigenous peoples of Siberia, the sun was more than just a source of warmth. It was a god, a force of nature to be respected, revered, and feared. The extreme contrast between the endless winters and the brief summer daylight in the Arctic regions shaped the way the sun was viewed and worshipped. During the long months of darkness, the sun was a dream, a distant hope that could only be imagined as a distant presence far beyond the frozen horizon. Its return each year was celebrated as a miracle, a symbol of life that had been restored after a seemingly endless period of cold and darkness. One of the most prominent figures in Siberian solar mythology is the sun goddess of the Evenki people, known as Sun. She was often depicted as a powerful, life-giving force, revered for the warmth and light she brought to the earth. The Evenki, a nomadic people of Siberia, relied heavily on the cycles of nature for their survival. The sun's presence marked the change of seasons, the rebirth of plants, the arrival of animals, and the very continuation of life itself. Sun was a deity that embodied the hope of spring, the return of warmth, and the light that made the Arctic world livable again. However, her mythology was not one of eternal presence. Like the Arctic sun itself, Sun's light was transient, fleeting in the vast stretches of winter. Her disappearance each year into the darkness of the long night symbolized the harshness of winter, cold, unyielding, and often terrifying. But even in her absence, the sun was never truly gone. The Evenki believed that Sun journeyed through the underworld, traversing the cold, icy realms before returning once more to illuminate the land. In this sense, the sun's retreat into the underworld was a necessary passage, a time for rest and rejuvenation before its powerful return. It was a cycle of death and rebirth, mirroring the seasons themselves. In the Arctic Circle, where night and day seemed to blur and twist during the solstices, the sun also appeared in stories where its power was far more abstract, almost otherworldly. For the Chukchi people, who inhabited the far northeast of Siberia, the sun was not just a physical entity but a spiritual presence. It was a beacon of life, a reminder of the powerful forces that governed not only the natural world but also the spiritual realm. According to Chukchi myth, the sun was once a young woman who shone bright and full of life, giving warmth and sustenance to the earth. Yet, in the stories told by the elders, this young woman was also restless and prone to sudden fits of rage, disappearing into the distant heavens for long periods. During her absence, the earth would be consumed by darkness and cold, leaving the people to struggle against the eternal night. The way the Chukchi people understood the sun's journey mirrors the long, punishing winters of the Arctic. The sudden disappearance of the sun during the long nights left the people to face the harshness of their environment. Yet the return of the sun was a sign of hope, a powerful reminder that life, even in the most difficult of circumstances, could still emerge victorious. The Chukchi revered the sun as a force of renewal, capable of transforming the barren, snow-covered lands into fertile ground once more. But they also understood that the sun's absence, its retreat into the skies, was an integral part of the balance of life. In this, the sun was both a source of light and a reminder of the inevitability of change. In contrast, among the indigenous peoples of the Arctic, the Inuit, there was a complex relationship with the sun. The Inuit, who inhabited the northernmost reaches of the earth, faced months of total darkness during winter, where the sun seemed to vanish altogether. Their solar myths reflect a more somber, yet profound relationship with this absence. For the Inuit, the sun was not just a giver of light, but a life-giver that could never be fully trusted. In one version of the Inuit myth, the sun was depicted as a mother who had to abandon her children during the cold months of winter, leaving them in the care of the dark and cold. But when she returned in the spring, her arrival was met with immense joy, as she was seen as a mother returning to her children, bringing with her the life-giving warmth and light that had been absent for so long. In this myth, the sun's return marked the promise of rebirth, the warmth that would once again nurture the earth and all living things. The Inuit also spoke of the sun's role in marking the balance between life and death, light and dark. During the darkest days of winter, the sun's retreat was felt as a time of death and hardship. The sun's absence left the world cold, barren, and silent. But as the sun slowly made its way back to the sky, the Inuit saw it as a time of transformation and regeneration. Just as life had to pause during the long winter months, so too did the earth begin to stir with life once the sun returned. The sun was a harbinger of life, but it also reminded the people of the necessity of darkness, of rest, of quiet, of the eternal cycle of birth, death, and rebirth. The connection between the sun and death in Arctic myths is also reflected in the idea of the eternal midnight, where the sun's absence represented the permanent cold of death that could never be fully escaped. In these stories, the sun's disappearance was not just a temporary event, but an eternal state that could only be broken by the relentless return of light. It was in the darkest moments of winter that the sun's eventual return was most celebrated, as it marked a profound shift from death to life. These solar myths share an underlying understanding of the balance of life. Whether viewed as a goddess of warmth and life, a fiery woman who retreats into the heavens, or a benevolent mother returning after a long absence, the sun in Siberian and Arctic myths represents more than just a celestial body. It embodies the paradox of existence itself, the ever-present dance between light and darkness, life and death. The sun's transient journey serves as a reminder to these peoples that nothing is constant, that survival depends on resilience in the face of harshness, and that light always returns after the longest of nights. In many ways, Dazbog's story is a reflection of the Slavic worldview, one that acknowledges both the beauty and the danger of life. The sun is a source of life, but it is also a reminder of the fragility of existence. The warmth and light that it brings can be fleeting, and its absence can be devastating. But within this cycle of creation and destruction lies the hope of renewal, the promise that the sun will rise again, bringing with it the light of a new day. In the eternal journey of Dazbog, the Slavs saw not just the movement of the sun across the sky, but the rhythm of life itself, a rhythm that would continue for as long as the world turned. In the heart of the ancient Slavic lands, where the seasons defined the ebb and flow of life, the sun was not merely a single force, it was a duality. The Slavic people understood that light was not just life-giving, it was also multifaceted, embodying both nurturing warmth and destructive power. Two gods, Or and Urilo, personified these contrasting aspects of the sun, revealing the depth and complexity of the ancient Slavic understanding of the solar world. Or, often seen as the sun god of winter, represented the cold, steady strength of the sun's light during the darkest days of the year. While many associate the sun with warmth and growth, Or embodied a different facet, a more distant, often harsher light. His presence was one of clarity and strength, but it lacked the softness of spring or the gentle touch of summer. In Slavic mythology, Or was believed to travel the sky on a chariot, much like other solar deities, but his rays were sharp and cold, shining through the winter's chill, reminding the people that the sun was not always a benevolent force. Or was the sun that pierced the deep frost of winter, offering the faintest hint of warmth to those who had lived through the biting cold months. He was a figure who brought light, yes, but light that was piercing and resolute, reflecting the power of survival and endurance in the face of harshness. The people of the Slavic lands looked to Or during the coldest months of the year as a symbol of hope. His light, while dimmer than the sun of summer, still cut through the darkness. It was a promise that, even in the most brutal of winters, the sun would return in full force once more, bringing life to the frozen world. Yet, Or was not the only sun god in the Slavic pantheon. Where Or represented the cold, distant sun, Urilo embodied the bright, passionate sun of spring and summer, the radiant force that warmed the earth, coaxing life from the soil and filling the air with the promise of new beginnings. Urilo's rays were warm, nurturing, and full of life. His connection to fertility and growth was vital to the agricultural societies of the Slavs, for it was his strength that allowed crops to flourish, animals to breed, and the world to come alive with vibrant color. Urilo was the sun of passion and abundance. His warmth spread across the land like a lover's embrace, encouraging the growth of the fields and the blossoming of flowers. The people of the Slavic lands saw in Urilo a god who could bring prosperity and joy, someone who commanded the world's cycles of renewal. His light was seen as the heart of summer, where everything grew in abundance, and the world seemed full of endless possibility. He was the god who brought the longest days of the year, days that seemed to stretch on forever in a burst of sunlight. But just as the sun had a dual face in Slavic myth, so did Urilo's power. Though he brought life and growth, he also carried the danger of unchecked excess. His warmth could easily transform into a scorching heat, one that could wither crops if it became too intense. The vibrant energy of Urilo could be both a blessing and a curse. In this way, Urilo was not just a god of life, but also a reminder of the delicate balance between growth and decay, between abundance and scarcity. The duality between Or and Urilo, the cold and distant sun versus the warm and fertile sun, was central to the Slavic understanding of the solar forces. These two gods represented the necessary balance between opposing aspects of life. Where Or was the strength and endurance needed to survive the coldest months, Urilo was the exuberance and abundance that could only exist after the harsh winter had passed. Without one, the other could not thrive. The cycle of the seasons, the constant interplay between the harshness of winter and the lush vitality of summer, was reflected in their stories. The myths surrounding Or and Urilo were filled with rich symbolism. Or's journey through the sky was a solitary one, quiet, determined, and unyielding. As the days grew shorter and winter took hold, he was the reminder of survival, of pushing through the darkest times. His was the light that never fully disappeared, even as the days grew cold and short. Though his rays were weak and cold, they still held the promise of brighter days ahead. He was the hope that no matter how dark the winter became, the sun would return to its full strength. On the other hand, Urilo was celebrated in the warmth of summer, in the festivals of renewal and fertility. His myths were deeply tied to the rhythms of nature, the blossoming of flowers, the ripening of crops, the births of animals. In Slavic tradition, Urilo's arrival heralded the time of abundance, of feasts and celebrations. His warmth was life-giving and nurturing, but it also demanded respect. He was not just a god of joy, he was a god who reminded the people of the delicate relationship they had with nature. Too much sun could bring drought, just as too little could lead to famine. The contrast between Or and Urilo was mirrored in the way the Slavic people lived their lives. They understood the necessity of both the cold and the warmth, the harsh winters and the fertile summers. They knew that survival was not just about basking in the sunlight of summer, but also about enduring the darkness of winter, about living through the cold months until the warmth of Urilo's light returned. It was a cycle that could not be broken. One season had to give way to the other, each necessary for the continued flow of life. In Slavic folklore, the role of these two solar deities was intertwined with the people's understanding of the natural world. The arrival of spring, marked by the power of Urilo, was met with joy and celebration. Festivals were held to honor him, to thank him for the life he brought. The fertility of the land and the prosperity of the people were directly tied to his power. Meanwhile, the cold, steady presence of Or in the winter months was a reminder of resilience, a reminder that strength was needed to survive the hardships of life. The sun rose lazily in the sky, casting long shadows over the land as the day dragged on in the tropical heat. The villagers toiled under its relentless gaze, their skin darkened by the sun's harsh rays. The sun seemed to be in no hurry, taking its time in crossing the heavens, making the days unbearably long. As the villagers sweated and struggled in the sweltering heat, a young demigod named Maui, half mortal, half divine, decided that enough was enough. He could no longer tolerate the oppressive sun that stretched the days into endless hours. The sun was too powerful, too hot, and it left everyone drained by the time the evening came. He would put an end to this injustice. Maui was not like the other mortals who accepted the sun's tyranny as a natural part of life. He was a trickster, a cunning and bold hero, and in the ancient Polynesian world, tricksters were as much a force of nature as gods themselves. Maui was known for his audacity and cleverness. He had already achieved feats that no one else could, catching the fish that became the islands, slowing the winds, and taming the fire. But catching the sun would be his greatest feat, one that would change the lives of the people forever. He knew that to defeat the sun, he would need help. Maui called upon his brothers, enlisting them for a dangerous quest. Together, they crafted a plan. Maui had learned that the sun traveled across the sky each day, rising in the east and setting in the west, but it moved too quickly. The people could never catch a break from its scorching rays. Maui, ever the schemer, decided to trap the sun itself. The plan was simple yet daring. Maui and his brothers set out to the eastern edge of the world, to the place where the sun rose each day. They waited for the sun to appear on the horizon, bringing with it the heat and the long hours of daylight. But Maui had prepared a trap. He wove powerful ropes from the finest fibers, sturdy enough to catch even the fiercest of beasts. When the sun finally made its appearance, Maui and his brothers threw the ropes, capturing the sun in its tracks. For a moment, there was silence. The sun, once free to roam the skies, was now tethered by Maui's brilliant trick. The villagers, who had long struggled under its harsh light, could hardly believe their eyes. They had never seen the sun so close, so trapped. But Maui, ever the pragmatist, was not done yet. He demanded that the sun promise to travel more slowly across the sky, to shorten the days and give the people relief from the burning heat. The sun, bound by Maui's ropes, had no choice but to agree. But this was no easy task for the sun. The god of the sun, in all his fiery glory, did not want to be captured and controlled by anyone, let alone a mortal. The sun struggled against the ropes, burning fiercely, trying to break free from Maui's hold. The air became thick with tension, and the sky darkened as the sun pushed back, its power flaring against the ropes. But Maui and his brothers held fast, and with great effort, the sun finally yielded. He agreed to slow his journey across the sky. As a result, the days became shorter, and the unbearable heat was no longer a constant presence. Maui had outsmarted the sun, giving the people a gift they would cherish forever. No longer would they suffer through long, endless days. The sun now traveled at a more manageable pace, bringing warmth and light when it was needed, but allowing the nights to arrive sooner, giving the people respite from the heat. Maui's victory over the sun was not just a matter of cunning, it was a gift to all who lived under its harsh glare. Maui's triumph over the sun is more than just a story of a demigod's cleverness, it is a reflection of the human desire for balance and control over the natural world. The sun, in its relentless power, could seem to be an unstoppable force, much like the challenges that people face in their own lives. But Maui, with his wit and determination, showed that even the most overwhelming of forces could be tamed with the right amount of strategy, bravery, and a bit of trickery. In the end, Maui's tale is a reminder of the eternal struggle between humankind and the forces of nature. The sun may be mighty, but the ingenuity and persistence of the human spirit can find ways to outwit even the most powerful of gods. The sun still rises each day, but it does so at a pace that is more bearable, thanks to the audacity and cleverness of a demigod who refused to let the sun rule over him. And though Maui's victory was a personal one, it was shared by all, for he had not only tamed the sun, but he had brought relief to an entire people, teaching them the value of patience, cleverness, and the courage to face even the most daunting of challenges. The island breeze stirred the coconut trees as the people of the small village looked up toward the sky, their faces lifted in reverence. A pale light glowed through the thick clouds that loomed overhead, casting a soft, ethereal hue over the land. This was the light of Walla, the sun goddess of Melanesia, the celestial being who controlled the cycles of day and night, and who brought the warmth that nurtured their crops, their lives, and their very survival. Walla was not just the sun. She was the heart of existence itself, a divine force whose radiant presence was woven into every aspect of their daily lives. Walla's light was not just physical, it was a symbol of life, health, and prosperity. To the people of the islands, she was a mother who cared for them with her warmth, a protector who illuminated the path of their existence. The sun's light was not something to be taken for granted, and so Walla's grace was never seen as something casual. It was revered with devotion, for her light brought the harvest, guided the rhythms of the seasons, and was believed to guide the very soul. Her name was whispered in prayer, her presence invoked before embarking on any great endeavor. Walla's story was one of love and loss, creation and destruction. According to the myths, Walla was once a woman of extraordinary beauty, a celestial being who walked among the people. She was said to have come down from the sky, her light radiant and her power vast. In those days, the earth was said to be bathed in perpetual daylight, and people lived without fear, without the harshness of night or the mysteries that came with it. Walla's light was constant, and the world knew no darkness. Life was easy, comfortable, and abundant. But in her kindness, Walla had unknowingly taken away something essential, the balance that made life precious. The people had no need to rest, no need to reflect, and no need to experience the quiet of the night. One day, an elder came forward and told Walla of the imbalance that had come to pass. "You are burning too brightly, my daughter. The earth cannot endure such constant light. The darkness must come, for without it, the people will not know peace." Walla, heartbroken by the thought of hurting her beloved people, agreed. She ascended back to the sky, becoming the sun that would rise and set each day. But this was no simple farewell. The people had known only eternal daylight, and now the transition to a world of both light and dark was a profound shift. When Walla returned to the heavens, she allowed the night to take its turn, casting her glow upon the world only for part of the day, while the shadows of night followed. This meant the land would now have a rhythm, the time to work, the time to rest, the time to dream. It was an act of sacrifice, one that would forever change the lives of those below. As Walla moved across the sky, her journey became a symbol of both the comfort of the sun and the necessity of the night. In the stories passed down through generations, Walla was never seen as a harsh or vengeful goddess. Instead, she was portrayed as a gentle force, one that understood the balance between light and dark, warmth and cold. Her disappearance each evening was not a sign of her anger or retreat, but rather a gentle resting, for even the sun needed to rest after its work was done. And so, As the night stretched across the sky, the people would look to the stars and wait for her return, knowing she would rise once again, bringing light and warmth. But Walla's influence extended far beyond just her role as the sun. She was also seen as a goddess of fertility, her rays nurturing the land and the people. The crops thrived under her touch, and the animals flourished as well. In this sense, Walla was not simply the solar deity, she was the life-giving force of the entire island. Her light touched everything, from the trees and the rivers to the hearts of the villagers who toiled in the fields. There was an understanding among the people that without Walla's gift, nothing would grow, and nothing would endure. Every harvest season, there were festivals in her honor, with songs and dances dedicated to her brilliance. The people celebrated the light she gave and the life that followed. Yet, despite her constant vigilance over the land, Walla was not just a symbol of abundance. She was also a reminder of the fragile balance that existed between life and death, between day and night. Her sacrifice in leaving the world with darkness each night was a subtle hint to the people that all things must come to an end, that life is cyclical, and that rest is just as necessary as action. It was in the quiet of the night, under the cooling embrace of the shadows, that people were reminded of their place in the world and their connection to the divine. In some versions of the stories, Walla's journey was a reflection of the human condition itself. Her descent into the night was seen as a metaphor for the struggles and hardships people must face in life. The sun, though powerful, must endure the quiet of the night, just as individuals must endure moments of darkness in their own lives. But Walla, like the sun, would always rise again. Her promise to the people was that no matter how dark or cold it became, the light would always return. Over time, Walla became more than just a solar deity. She was a symbol of hope, of resilience, and of the constant cycle of life. Her presence in the sky served as a reminder that no matter how long the night, the sun would rise again. She was a beacon of life, a gentle but unyielding force that cared for her people and nurtured them through both the trials of day and the peaceful solace of night. Her name was spoken with reverence, and her light was never taken for granted. Walla, the solar goddess of Melanesia, was the giver of life, the protector of the balance, and the eternal mother who watched over all. The sun hovered low on the horizon, casting an orange glow across the red earth. It was a moment of quiet stillness in the vast expanse of the Australian outback, yet for the Aboriginal people, it was anything but ordinary. The sun, blazing in its full glory each morning, was not just a distant ball of fire in the sky, it was a living, breathing presence. A being with power, spirit, and purpose. A connection to the ancestors, to the land, and to the very fabric of existence. Solar worship among the Aboriginal Australians was never simply about acknowledging the sun as a natural phenomenon. It was about understanding its role in the cycle of life, death, and rebirth. For many Aboriginal communities, the sun was intimately tied to their creation myths, stories passed down through countless generations. These myths were not mere tales, they were living truths that shaped the way people interacted with the world around them. In the Dreamtime, the mythical era when the world was formed, the sun played a central role. It was the great light bringer, the force that illuminated the world and brought life to the earth. But the sun was also a figure of complexity, one that had both positive and negative aspects, just like the world it governed. In some myths, the sun was seen as a powerful ancestor, a being who had once walked the earth in human form and had now ascended to the heavens to continue its work. The sun was a creator and a destroyer, embodying both warmth and harshness. Its daily journey across the sky symbolized the cyclical nature of life itself, the rising, the zenith, and the setting. In this way, the sun's journey was a reflection of the human condition, birth, life, and eventual death. One of the most prominent stories of solar worship comes from the central and northern regions of Australia, where the sun was often associated with male ancestors. The Warlbri people, for example, spoke of Baiame, a creator god who was sometimes linked to the sun. Baiame, who had the ability to create life and shape the land, would travel across the sky, bringing warmth and light to the earth. His presence in the sky ensured the survival of plants, animals, and people. In this myth, the sun's daily journey was symbolic of the Creator's eternal power, guiding and nurturing life with its light. But for many Aboriginal groups, the sun was not merely a force of creation, it was also a powerful force of destruction. The Yolngu people, living in the northern regions of Australia, told the story of Jarwal, the Sun Woman, who was both a bringer of life and a destroyer of all that could not withstand her heat. Jarwal was said to be the daughter of Byam, a divine figure whose warmth and fire were capable of both giving life and burning it away. The scorching sun was a reminder of the balance of nature, of the delicate equilibrium between life and death, warmth and destruction. The sun's heat was never a neutral force. It could be kind and gentle, coaxing plants to grow and animals to thrive, but it could also be brutal and unforgiving, burning the earth and driving people to seek shelter from its wrath. In these myths, the sun was a reflection of nature's duality, nurturing life while also demanding respect and reverence. The people of the land knew that without the sun's light, life would wither and die. But they also understood that the sun's intensity required them to live in harmony with it, to respect the cycles of the earth and the seasons. The sun also had a direct relationship with the earth. In many Aboriginal traditions, solar worship was inextricably tied to the land itself. The sun's rays were believed to hold spiritual power, and they were considered essential to maintaining the life force of the land. Certain ceremonies were held to honor the sun, particularly at the solstices, when the sun reached its peak or its lowest point in the sky. These moments marked significant points in the annual cycle, when the sun's energy was at its most intense or at its weakest. There were times of celebration and reverence, when people gathered to pay homage to the celestial being that governed their lives. In the south, the Ghana people spoke of the solar deity, Chilbruk, a creator spirit who was said to have shaped the land with the light of the sun. Chilbruk's creation story involved a journey from the mountains to the sea, during which he left behind waterholes that became sacred sites. The sun's warmth was believed to have given life to the land and its creatures, while the coolness of the night was seen as a time for the spirits to rest and rejuvenate. Chilbruk's connection to the sun was a reminder that the light of the sun was not just a physical phenomenon, it was a living energy that sustained the world, connecting the heavens to the earth. Yet, the sun was not without its complexities. Some Aboriginal myths spoke of the sun as an eternal, ever-watchful guardian, while others told of a more capricious figure, whose behavior could change depending on the season or the needs of the people. The sun, like the land it illuminated, was in a constant state of transformation. Its power was both revered and feared, for it could heal and harm, bless and punish. In Aboriginal culture, the sun was also linked to the spirits of the ancestors, who were thought to reside in the sky and to watch over the earth from above. The sun's light was not only a physical presence but also a spiritual one. It was a connection to the past, to the ancestors who had passed down the laws, the stories, and the customs of the land. When the sun rose each day, it was a reminder that the spirits were with the people, guiding them and watching over them. The light of the sun illuminated the earth, but it also illuminated the path to wisdom, connection, and respect for the land. As the sun sank below the horizon, the Aboriginal people knew that its journey was far from over. The sun's descent was not a moment of finality, it was simply a part of its eternal cycle, one that would repeat itself, day after day, bringing life and warmth, death and renewal, in a dance that had been performed since time immemorial. The sun was not just a celestial body to the Aboriginal Australians, it was a sacred presence, a spiritual force that connected them to the land, to the ancestors, and to the very heart of the earth itself. The earth lay in shadow, wrapped in the coolness of night, waiting for the warmth of dawn to break through the darkness. The people, their faces tilted towards the sky, felt the pull of the coming day, an anticipation that coursed through the land like a heartbeat. In Maori mythology, the sun was not merely a celestial object, but a living, breathing force, embodying the very essence of life itself. It was the powerful god Tonatiuh, the personification of the sun, who brought warmth, light, and vitality to the world. But the sun's path across the sky was not a journey taken alone. It was also deeply entwined with the story of Ringi, the Sky Father, and the endless longing between Ringi and his beloved Papatuanuku, the Earth Mother. Ringi and Papatuanuku, in Maori creation myth, had been close, inseparable in their eternal embrace. The heavens were once entwined with the earth in a dark, confined space, and their children, the gods, lived in the shadows. But their lives were fraught with struggle. The gods, yearning for light and space, could not endure their imprisonment. So, the mighty god Tame Mahuta, the god of the forests and the world of trees, gathered his strength and with a mighty push, he separated Ringi, the Sky Father, from Papatuanuku, the Earth Mother. With this separation, light and daylight entered the world for the first time. However, the separation between Ringi and Papatuanuku caused great grief. The Sky Father and the Earth Mother wept, their tears flowing endlessly across the land, and their yearning for each other continued through the ages. The very landscape of the world, the rivers, the mountains, the valleys, was formed by their separation, as Ringi's tears mingled with the earth. Despite this distance, the connection between them remained, an eternal longing that could never truly be severed. It was in the light of the sun, Tonatiuh, that their love endured. Tonatiuh, the sun god, was the child of Ringi and Papatuanuku, the product of their profound, celestial union. He was born into the world of light, and his journey through the heavens was a constant reminder of the love that had once bound the sky and the earth. In Maori mythology, Tonatiuh was not just the sun, he was also a symbol of the tension between the divine separation of the parents and the unity they still sought. Tonatiuh's daily path across the sky was an important ritual. Each day, he rose from the eastern horizon, casting light upon the world, and began his long journey to the west. His brilliant rays caressed the land, bringing warmth, life, and a new cycle of growth. To the Maori, the sun was life-giving, its light nurtured the crops, warmed the seas, and allowed the people to live. But the sun's heat was also relentless, an expression of the intense love between Ringi and Papatuanuku, a love that could never truly reach fruition. At night, Tonatiuh descended into the western sky, fading from view and leaving the world in the embrace of darkness. His disappearance was the return of the yearning, the quiet longing between the Sky Father and the Earth Mother. It was during the night that Ringi and Papatuanuku could briefly meet, their tears falling as they yearned for one another, just as the sun's warmth had once united them. The cycle of Tonatiuh's journey was a constant reminder of the deeper layers of existence in Maori cosmology. It was not simply the physical path of the sun from east to west, it was a metaphor for the eternal love and the sorrowful separation of the parents. His rays brought fertility and life, but they also marked the inevitable passing of time. And so, Tonatiuh's life-giving energy was also a marker of the world's cyclical nature, life, death, and rebirth, the constant ebb and flow of existence. Tonatiuh was not the only manifestation of the sun's power, for he was also connected to Ringi, the Sky Father, in a deeper, symbolic sense. Ringi's eternal desire for Papatuanuku was reflected in the heat of the sun. His warmth was a reflection of the passion he still felt for his partner, even after their separation. The sun's brilliance was the expression of his love, ever burning, but unable to reach its full potential, just as Ringi's longing for Papatuanuku would never be fully satisfied. In many ways, Tonatiuh's journey through the sky mirrored the cycle of the gods' love, an eternal search for connection, ever striving yet never able to unite completely. In some traditions, the sun was also associated with the figure of the god Tuwiramedia, the god of storms and winds, who was Ringi and Papatuanuku's son. Tuwiramedia's anger at the separation of his parents led to violent storms and the destruction of much that the sun's rays touched. However, in later myths, Tonatiuh's power over the sun began to take precedence, and he became a more positive figure in the Maori worldview, bringing light, growth, and health, even as his strength could also overwhelm. There was also another version of the myth where Tonatiuh's radiance could also be seen as symbolic of the human experience. His travels across the sky embodied the rise and fall of individuals, their pursuit of growth and enlightenment, their struggles and moments of clarity. Just as Tonatiuh was always on a constant journey, so too were the Maori people, each in their own cycle, striving to overcome the darkness and the trials of life. His light was their guiding force, a constant reminder of the resilience of the human spirit and the strength to continue, even when faced with the inevitable fading of day. In the Maori world, the connection to the sun was both physical and spiritual. Tonatiuh represented more than just the natural world. He was also a profound symbol of the Maori connection to their ancestors and their place in the cosmos. The sun brought life to their land and to their people, but it also reminded them of the eternal bond between the divine and the earthly, of the love, the longing, and the beauty that existed between the realms of the heavens and the earth. With the sun setting each night and rising each day, Tonatiuh's journey became a reflection of the hope and faith that guided the Maori people. No matter the trials of the day, no matter how dark the night may be, the sun would always rise again. The love of Ringi and Papachuanuku, though separated, remained eternal, and through Tonatiuh's radiant journey, the promise of light and connection was kept alive. The sun, in all its glory, was both a promise and a reminder, a divine force whose daily passage across the sky captured the very essence of life, love, and longing. In the heart of the blistering desert, amidst the ancient temples and pyramids that stretched toward the heavens, a new and powerful force was emerging. The air, thick with the heavy scent of incense and the weight of history, trembled with a bold, almost rebellious, energy. The people of Egypt had long worshipped the gods of the old pantheon, with their complex relationships and myriad forms. But now, something extraordinary was unfolding. The sun, that eternal source of light and life, was being elevated not just as a god, but as the singular God, the one true deity that ruled above all others. Aten, the disk of the sun, was not merely one god among many. He was to be the only God, the supreme creator, the source of all. In the midst of this cosmic upheaval was a man who would change the very fabric of Egyptian religion. Akhenaten, the pharaoh who would come to be known for his radical vision, stood as the lone herald of this new era. He was a ruler whose name would be whispered with awe and fear, for he had dared to break from tradition, to upend centuries of worship that honored a multitude of gods and goddesses. Under Akhenaten's reign, the sun would not only rise in the sky, it would dominate the very soul of the land, casting all other gods into shadow. The origins of the cult of Aten can be traced back to Akhenaten's early years as the crown prince. But it was only when he ascended to the throne that his ideas began to take form, and the world saw the birth of one of the most daring and revolutionary shifts in religious history. Unlike the priests of Ammonius, who had long been the guardians of Egypt's power structure, Akhenaten sought to strip away the complexities of the divine world and replace them with a singular, unified vision. Aten was not just a god, he was the god who gave life to everything. His radiant rays reached down to touch the earth, and in every beam of sunlight, there was the promise of fertility, creation, and divine favor. Akhenaten declared Aten to be the one true God, and the people were forced to adopt this vision. The king's very name was changed to Akhenaten, meaning effective for Aten, signaling his unwavering devotion to the sun god and his commitment to his monotheistic beliefs. No longer would Egypt be a land of countless deities, each with their own domains, responsibilities, and roles. Aten's light would transcend all, casting away the shadows of the old gods. The pharaoh himself became the sole intermediary between Aten and the people, a living god who was believed to communicate directly with the sun disk. In a swift and unprecedented move, Akhenaten moved the capital of Egypt from the ancient city of Thebes to a newly constructed city in the desert, named Akhetaten, or Horizon of Aten. Here, in this shining city, the rays of the sun would touch every building, every person, every part of life. The architecture was designed to honor Aten's light, with open courtyards and temples that allowed the sun's rays to penetrate and flood the space. The temples to Aten were grand, but they were open to the sky, symbolizing the direct connection between the people and their god. There were no statues or idols in these temples, for Aten was not to be represented by a physical form. His presence was to be felt only through the rays of sunlight that bathed the land. For the people of Egypt, Akhenaten's decree was a profound shift. The priests, who had once controlled vast wealth and power through their influence over the many gods, were displaced. The priesthood of Aten rose to prominence, and the gods of Egypt, such as Ammonius, Osiris, and Hathor, were cast aside, relegated to the dark corners of history. Akhenaten's religious revolution was not simply a philosophical change, it was a political one as well. It challenged the established order and sought to place the sun at the very center of the cosmos. The pharaoh became the sole conduit between the people and Aten, elevating the monarchy to an unparalleled level of divine power. But despite Akhenaten's vision, his monotheistic experiment would not last. The people, deeply entrenched in the old ways, struggled to accept the complete abandonment of their traditional gods. Temples to Ammonius and other gods were abandoned, but not forgotten. A powerful undercurrent of resistance to the new religious order grew within Egypt. Akhenaten's vision was radical, yes, but it was also fragile. He had pushed too far, too quickly. The old gods, those deeply rooted in the hearts and minds of the people, would not simply vanish. The priests of Ammonius, once displaced, began to rebuild their influence, secretly biding their time for the right moment to strike back. Akhenaten's own reign, though initially marked by a sense of divine favor and prosperity, would eventually take a turn. The once thriving capital of Akhetaten began to fall into disrepair, its people growing disillusioned with the king's extravagant devotion to Aten. The pharaoh's health began to fail, and his once vibrant kingdom began to falter. The sun, once a symbol of unassailable power, seemed to cast a shadow of uncertainty over the land. Upon Akhenaten's death, his successors, most notably his young son Tutankhamun, would begin the process of dismantling the cult of Aten. The old gods, especially Ammonius, would be reinstated, and the temples to Aten would be abandoned or repurposed. Akhenaten's monotheism, so grand in vision, was swept away in favor of the old ways, leaving little behind but the echoes of an audacious dream. The city of Akhetaten, once a shining testament to the glory of the sun god, would eventually be abandoned and forgotten. However, Akhenaten's legacy was not entirely erased from history. The brief but intense reign of the sun god marked an important turning point in the religious landscape of ancient Egypt. His attempt to place Aten at the center of the Egyptian universe was, in many ways, an early experiment in monotheism, a vision that would resurface in later religious movements, perhaps even inspiring the spiritual traditions of later civilizations. The symbols of Aten, the sun disk, the rays of light stretching down to earth, would continue to be remembered, even if the religion itself was dismantled. The cult of Aten, though short-lived, stands as a testament to the power of radical ideas in the face of tradition. Akhenaten's vision was one of absolute devotion, a revolution of the spirit that aimed to place the sun, in all its brilliance and power, as the center of existence. Yet in the end, it was not the sun alone that could sustain the Egyptian people, it was the traditions, the gods, and the complex web of beliefs that had been nurtured for millennia. Akhenaten's revolution, though overthrown, illuminated the tension between change and continuity, a tension that would forever echo through the corridors of history. In the heart of the ancient city of Rome, amid the bustling markets, the grandeur of temples, and the relentless expansion of the empire, there was a secret that pulsed beneath the surface. It was a mystery that no one spoke of openly, a cult whose followers gathered in hidden chambers, shrouded in darkness, their rituals known only to those who had been initiated. This was the cult of Mithras, the unconquered sun, a god whose very name evoked power, light, and victory. While Rome boasted many deities, none embodied the celestial force of the sun quite like Mithras. His followers believed that he was the eternal light, the shining savior who brought strength to the weak, courage to the fearful, and salvation to the souls of the faithful. Yet, like the sun itself, Mithras's cult would eventually rise to power, only to set and fade into history, leaving behind only shadows and symbols of a once great belief. Mithras, originally a deity of Indo-Iranian origin, had made his way into the Roman world through soldiers and traders, and what began as a foreign influence slowly morphed into something uniquely Roman. The mystery cult of Mithras was not just a religion, it was a brotherhood, a bond that transcended social classes, races, and cultures. Initiates of Mithras would gather in underground temples, known as Mithria, where they would reenact the god's great cosmic battle against the forces of darkness. These rituals, filled with secrecy and solemnity, were said to bring divine favor, healing, and protection to those who partook in them. Mithras's symbolism was deeply tied to the sun, and this connection to solar power was at the heart of the cult's appeal. The sun was not only the source of life, but also the embodiment of strength and victory. Mithras was portrayed as a young, athletic god slaying a bull, an act symbolizing the triumph of light over darkness, the eternal struggle between good and evil. The bull, a creature of immense power, represented the forces of chaos and destruction, and the act of Mithras conquering it was a divine victory that secured life and fertility for the world. It was believed that through Mithras's act of slaying the bull, the world itself was renewed, with the spilling of its blood providing the earth with nourishment. This imagery, powerful and raw, resonated deeply with the Roman people, who saw in Mithras the ideal of strength, discipline, and salvation. The sun's rays, in the form of Mithras, shone down on the faithful, guiding them in their daily lives and protecting them from the darkness that lurked in the world. Mithras's association with the sun was not simply symbolic, it was the essence of the god. The term Sol Invictus, meaning the unconquered sun, came to be strongly associated with Mithras, and this title reflected both his divine power and his role as a protector of the Roman Empire. Mithras was not only the god of light, but the eternal, invincible force that could never be defeated. His power was absolute, and his light was ever shining, even in the darkest hours. This association between Mithras and the sun found its full expression during the reign of Emperor Aurelian in the 3rd century CE. Aurelian, recognizing the popularity and power of the Mithraic cult, formally elevated the worship of Sol Invictus to the status of a state-sponsored religion. The unconquered sun became not only a celestial deity but a symbol of imperial power. The emperor himself was seen as a reflection of Mithras's strength, a living embodiment of the god's light and dominion. The festival of Sol Invictus, celebrated on December 25th, became an important event in the Roman calendar, honoring the sun's rebirth after the winter solstice, a day that marked the return of light to the world. This ritual, which celebrated the sun's invincibility, came to be intertwined with the Roman imperial cult, where the emperor was worshipped as a divine figure whose authority was sustained by the strength of the sun itself. Yet, as the empire continued to expand, the winds of change began to blow. The rise of Christianity, with its own complex relationship to the sun and light, posed a challenge to the Roman establishment. Christianity, which had its roots in the worship of a god who was described as the light of the world, began to spread across the empire. In many ways, the figure of Christ mirrored the solar symbolism of Mithras. Both were seen as saviors, both were associated with the defeat of darkness, and both were the embodiments of divine light and truth. The date of December 25th, once dedicated to the worship of Sol Invictus, would later be adopted as the celebration of the birth of Jesus Christ, further blurring the lines between the two traditions. The parallel between Mithras and Christ was not merely symbolic. Both deities represented an all-encompassing, all-powerful light that overcame the forces of darkness. Both were depicted as youthful and powerful, and both had followers who believed in the transformative power of their grace. Mithras's solar symbolism, with its emphasis on purity, renewal, and salvation, seemed to echo the Christian narrative, and it was perhaps no accident that many early Christian symbols, such as the image of the Good Shepherd or the light of Christ, were reminiscent of Mithraic iconography. But while Mithras's influence remained strong among the Roman soldiers, the rise of Christianity would ultimately eclipse the cult. With the conversion of Emperor Constantine in the early 4th century CE, Christianity gained imperial favor, and the traditional Roman gods and cults, including the cult of Mithras, began to fade. The temples dedicated to Mithras were abandoned, their underground sanctuaries sealed off and forgotten. Yet the sun god's influence could not be entirely erased from Roman society. Sol Invictus, the unconquered sun, would live on in the Christian concept of Christ as the eternal light that could never be extinguished, illuminating the path for all believers. The cult of Mithras, once a powerful force in the Roman world, would ultimately disappear from history, leaving behind only the echoes of its worship. But its legacy endured in the powerful symbols of the sun, the eternal light that both represented and gave life. The story of Mithras is one of cosmic struggle, of light conquering darkness, and of the profound desire for salvation that transcends cultures and ages. In the end, Mithras may have been replaced by another god, but the sun, its light, its promise, its unyielding strength, would continue to shine brightly, undiminished, as it had for millennia before. In the arid lands of ancient Persia, where the sun blazed fiercely across vast deserts, there was a profound reverence for the light, a light that not only illuminated the earth, but also carried divine power, shaping both the physical and spiritual realms. Among the people of Persia, the sun was far more than a celestial body. It was a reflection of the divine, a manifestation of purity, truth, and cosmic order. The ancient Zoroastrians, followers of one of the world's earliest monotheistic religions, understood the sun as a sacred force that was deeply intertwined with their most powerful deities, Ahura Mazda and Mitra. At the heart of Zoroastrianism lies Ahura Mazda, the supreme god of light, wisdom, and creation. Ahura Mazda, whose very name means wise lord, embodies all that is good, pure, and true. He is the source of all that is light, the divine architect of the universe, and the eternal force that stands in opposition to darkness, chaos, and evil. In the Zoroastrian worldview, light is the primary symbol of Ahura Mazda's divine presence. Light is goodness, it is truth, and it is life itself. To the Zoroastrians, the sun was not just a physical body in the sky but the most visible, accessible form of Ahura Mazda's divine radiance, a living reminder of the god's eternal wisdom and order. The sun's rays were seen as sacred, extending the light of Ahura Mazda to the world below, giving life to the earth, and guiding humanity toward righteousness. In Zoroastrian prayers and rituals, fire and light were central elements, seen as purifying agents that could cleanse the soul and protect it from the forces of darkness. The fire temples, where the sacred flame was kept burning continuously, were a manifestation of Ahura Mazda's divine light. The flame symbolized the presence of the god and his eternal vigilance against the encroachment of darkness and evil. But the sun, in its radiant glory, was not the sole representative of Ahura Mazda's light. Zoroastrianism also revered Mitra, a deity associated with the sun, light, and contracts. Mitra's role in Zoroastrianism was complex and multifaceted, with solar motifs forming a significant part of his identity. In Zoroastrian tradition, Mitra was not just a god of the sun, he was also a divine protector, a guardian of truth and justice, and the one who oversaw oaths and agreements. Mitra was often depicted as a youthful, powerful god, riding in a chariot across the sky, his bright rays piercing through the darkness. His symbolism was deeply tied to the sun's ability to dispel shadows and illuminate the world, much like his role in the spiritual realm as the force that brought light to the soul and guided people along the path of righteousness. Mitra's connection to the sun was especially prominent in Persian art and iconography. He was often depicted in ancient reliefs as slaying a bull, a powerful symbol of fertility, strength, and life. This act of slaying the bull, known as the Tonatiuh, was not just a mythological tale, it was seen as a cosmic battle between light and darkness, where Mitra's strength as the sun god overcame the chaos represented by the bull. In this way, Mitra's solar symbolism was not merely a reflection of physical light, but also a metaphor for the triumph of order and goodness over evil and disorder. Mitra's solar aspect was so important that it transcended Zoroastrianism, influencing religious thought beyond Persia's borders. As the Persian Empire expanded, Mitra became a deity whose influence spread throughout the ancient world, especially to the Roman Empire, where a mystery cult dedicated to Mithras flourished. The cult of Mithras, with its emphasis on solar symbolism and light, would eventually be absorbed into Roman religious practices, where Mitra became known as the unconquered sun, Sol Invictus. But even as Mitra's worship spread, its roots in Zoroastrianism remained clear. The sun was not only a physical presence in the sky, but a symbol of the divine order and cosmic balance. The reverence for the sun in Zoroastrianism was not limited to the gods themselves. It was also reflected in the moral teachings of the faith. Zoroastrian ethics emphasized the importance of living in harmony with the divine light, aligning oneself with Ahura Mazda's wisdom, and rejecting the forces of darkness and evil. The concept of Asha, or truth and order, was central to Zoroastrian teachings, and it was through following the light of Asha that individuals could achieve spiritual purity. The light of the sun, both literal and symbolic, became the guiding force that illuminated the path of righteousness, while darkness symbolized ignorance, falsehood, and chaos. This duality of light and darkness, the eternal struggle between good and evil, was a core aspect of Zoroastrian cosmology. Ahura Mazda, as the creator of light, stood opposed to Unravel, the spirit of darkness and destruction. This cosmic battle played out not only on the grand scale of the universe, but also within the hearts of individuals. The Zoroastrian faith taught that every person had the choice to follow the light of Ahura Mazda, to act in accordance with truth, or to fall into the darkness of evil, chaos, and lies. The sun, as a symbol of divine light, was an ever-present reminder of this choice and the importance of striving toward goodness and righteousness. Zoroastrian rituals, too, were steeped in solar symbolism. In addition to the sacred fires that burned in temples, the use of light in ceremonies, prayers, and festivals was a constant reaffirmation of the god's presence and power. One of the most important festivals in the Zoroastrian calendar was Nowruz, the Persian New Year, which coincided with the spring equinox. Nowruz celebrated the renewal of life and the victory of light over darkness. The festival, which is still celebrated today, marked a time of purification, of sweeping away the darkness of winter and welcoming the life-giving energy of the sun. The connection between Zoroastrianism and solar symbolism is undeniable. Ahura Mazda, the god of light and wisdom, and Mitra, the solar god of truth and justice, both held powerful roles in the spiritual lives of the Persian people. Through their connection to the sun, Zoroastrianism offered a path to spiritual illumination, one that was guided by the light of truth and the ever-present radiance of the divine. The sun was not just a physical entity in the sky, it was a symbol of all that was good, pure, and life-sustaining in the universe. As such, it became a cornerstone of Zoroastrian thought, a constant reminder of the divine forces that governed the world and the moral choices that each person must make in the struggle between light and darkness. In the bustling streets of ancient Rome, beneath the grandeur of its towering temples and statues, a quiet but profound transformation was taking place. The gods of the old pantheon were no longer isolated in their individual spheres. They began to blend, merge, and share domains, their stories interweaving in a way that transcended the boundaries of culture, region, and time. Solar deities, in particular, became a focal point of this religious syncretism as the peoples of the Greco-Roman world found common ground in their reverence for the sun, a celestial force that connected them all, from the sands of Egypt to the hills of Greece. This syncretism, where multiple religious traditions influenced and shaped each other, was not a new phenomenon in the ancient world. As empires expanded, so too did the cultural exchange that allowed deities and their attributes to be shared, reinterpreted, and adapted to local beliefs. Among the most notable examples of this syncretism was the blending of solar worship, where gods of the sun evolved, merged, and were redefined through the lens of different cultures. In the Roman world, this phenomenon became especially evident with the cult of Sol Invictus, the unconquered sun. The god Sol, originally worshipped as a personification of the sun in Roman religion, became increasingly associated with strength, victory, and eternal power. But it was not just Roman traditions that influenced the solar symbolism. The Romans, with their far-reaching empire, had encountered numerous other cultures, each with its own solar deities and mythologies. Over time, these solar gods began to merge in ways that reflected the shared cultural importance of the sun, creating a rich tapestry of solar worship that reflected the diverse and complex religious landscape of the Greco-Roman world. One of the earliest and most significant examples of solar syncretism in this context was the blending of the Greek god Helios with the Eastern solar god Mithras. Helios, in Greek mythology, was the personification of the sun, driving his chariot across the sky each day. He was depicted as a radiant god with a golden crown, representing the sun's path across the heavens. However, as Greek and Roman cultures began to interact with Persian traditions, the influence of Mithras, a god whose solar associations were both cosmic and earthly, began to seep into Greek and Roman solar worship. Mithras was an Indo-Iranian deity whose connection to the sun was integral to his identity. As the god of contracts, oaths, and the cosmic order, Mithras was also a warrior figure whose battle against the forces of darkness symbolized the eternal struggle between light and chaos. His image, especially in the form of the bull-slaying Tauroctony, had a profound impact on Roman religious imagery, and his solar associations with power, light, and renewal were increasingly adopted by Roman solar worshippers. As Mithras's influence spread through the Roman Empire, Helios and Mithras were often worshipped together, their attributes and symbolism overlapping as they represented the same cosmic power, the sun. Mithras's rise in popularity was so profound that the god was eventually merged with the figure of Sol Invictus, becoming a powerful symbol of the unconquered sun. At the same time, the influence of Egypt played a crucial role in the development of solar syncretism in the Greco-Roman world. The Egyptian god Ra, the great sun god who journeyed daily across the sky, was a figure of immense power and worship in Egypt. But when Egypt came under Roman control, Ra's influence began to merge with Roman solar worship, creating a hybrid solar deity that combined elements of both traditions. Ra's association with the daily journey of the sun, its rebirth each morning, and its descent into the underworld at night resonated deeply with Roman views of the sun as a source of eternal power. In Roman temples and monuments, the image of Ra was often depicted alongside Roman solar deities, particularly Sol Invictus, reinforcing the idea of solar continuity and power across cultures. The blending of Egyptian solar beliefs with Roman practices gave rise to a new, unified vision of the sun, a sun that was not just the physical source of light, but also the symbol of divine power, eternal renewal, and divine favor. This syncretism allowed the people of the Roman Empire to worship the same celestial force under different names, creating a sense of unity across a vast and diverse empire. This process of blending and merging solar deities reached its peak during the reign of the Roman Emperor Aurelian, who, in the 3rd century CE, officially established the worship of Sol Invictus as the state religion. Aurelian sought to unify his empire under a single solar deity, drawing on the rich tapestry of solar imagery that had been woven over centuries. Sol Invictus was portrayed as the unconquered sun, an eternal and invincible force that would bring victory and salvation to the Roman Empire. Aurelian's decision to elevate Sol Invictus was a direct response to the growing religious diversity and the desire to consolidate imperial power through a universal, unifying symbol. Yet, this syncretism did not stop at the merging of specific deities. The solar motif itself became a powerful tool for both religious and political purposes in the Greco-Roman world. Solar imagery was used to elevate the status of rulers, with emperors adopting the sun as a symbol of their divine right to rule. The emperor was often depicted as the earthly embodiment of the sun god, with rays of light emanating from his head to signify his divine connection to the celestial force. This connection between solar deities and the emperor not only reinforced the emperor's authority but also served as a visual reminder to the people of the emperor's role as the bringer of light, justice, and order in the empire. In this way, solar syncretism in the Greco-Roman world was not only a religious phenomenon but also a political and cultural one. The blending of solar deities allowed for the creation of a shared, universal symbol of divine power that transcended local traditions and created a sense of unity in the empire. The sun, in its eternal cycle of rising and setting, became a symbol of continuity, renewal, and imperial stability. However, the syncretism of solar deities in the Greco-Roman world did not last forever. As the Roman Empire transitioned into the Christian era, the symbolic power of the sun would take on new meanings. The solar imagery that had once been associated with pagan gods and emperors would be transformed and adapted to fit the Christian narrative. The sun would no longer represent the gods of the old pantheon, but would instead symbolize Christ, the light of the world, who would bring eternal salvation to humanity. Yet, even as the sun's role in religious worship evolved, its power as a symbol of life, light, and divine authority remained constant. Solar syncretism, with its rich blend of traditions, beliefs, and cultural exchanges, left an indelible mark on the religious landscape of the ancient world. It was a testament to the enduring power of the sun, a celestial force that continues to shape the beliefs and imaginations of people across cultures and centuries. In the ancient world, the sun had been revered as a divine force, a symbol of life, light, and cosmic order. Its worship spanned countless civilizations, each adapting and embracing the sun's power in their own way. Yet, as centuries passed and new ideologies emerged, the radiant worship of solar deities slowly began to fade, replaced by new religious and philosophical systems. This decline of solar religions wasn't merely the death of deities, it marked a profound shift in how humanity understood the divine, power, and the natural world. The decline of solar religions was not a sudden event, but a gradual process, deeply interwoven with the transformation of societies and empires. As powerful civilizations began to fracture, conquer, or evolve, the focus of spiritual life shifted, and so did the gods who once commanded reverence. For centuries, the sun had been a central figure in the mythology of the Greeks, Romans, Egyptians, and countless other cultures. It represented the life-giving force that held the universe together, a cosmic deity that transcended human understanding. Yet, this age of solar supremacy was soon to be overshadowed by the rise of new religious paradigms that sought to reshape the understanding of divine authority. The spread of monotheistic religions like Christianity and Islam was perhaps the most significant force in the decline of solar worship. Christianity, with its belief in one all-powerful God, gradually replaced the polytheistic pantheons that had once given rise to sun gods like Ra, Helios, and Sol Invictus. As the Roman Empire converted to Christianity under Emperor Constantine in the 4th century, the pagan practices, many of which were centered on solar deities, began to lose favor. The Church, with its rise to political power, began to denounce the worship of the sun as idolatry, seeking to replace these ancient beliefs with a single, all-encompassing Christian faith. In the new Christian worldview, the sun's role as a divine force was reinterpreted, no longer serving as a god, but rather as a symbol. The sun's power was not to be worshipped as a deity, but to be seen as a reflection of God's glory. The Christian teachings painted a picture of the sun as a physical object created by God to serve humanity, its light merely a metaphor for the spiritual illumination that came from Christ. The bright rays of the sun, which once represented the victory of life over darkness, were now associated with the Christian God's eternal light. The sun, in a sense, had been dethroned from its divine status. Yet, it wasn't just the rise of Christianity that contributed to the decline of solar religions. The intellectual movement of the Enlightenment, which began in the 17th century, also had its part to play. As human understanding of the natural world evolved through scientific discovery, the mystical, religious interpretations of natural forces began to lose their grip. The sun, once viewed as a direct manifestation of divine will, was now understood as a celestial body governed by laws of physics and astronomy. The celestial mechanics that drove the sun's rising and setting, once attributed to the will of gods, were now explained by science. This shift from religious to scientific explanations marked a further decline in the spiritual reverence for the sun as a divine being. Meanwhile, in other parts of the world, solar worship also began to erode under the pressures of colonialism and imperialism. European colonization spread Christianity to Africa, the Americas, and Asia, where indigenous solar-based belief systems were suppressed or replaced by foreign religious structures. For example, the sun gods worshipped by the ancient cultures of Mesoamerica, such as Tonatiuh in the Aztec pantheon, lost their central role as colonial forces crushed these civilizations. The invaders' faiths, with their own visions of divinity, overshadowed the sun gods that once held such a pivotal place in these societies. The decline of solar religions, however, did not mean the total extinction of solar symbolism. Even as the direct worship of solar deities diminished, the symbol of the sun continued to hold powerful resonance. In the Christian tradition, the sun was still present, but it had been recontextualized. Christ was often depicted as the light of the world, with the sun becoming a symbol of his divine presence. The light that shone from Christ's body during the Transfiguration was often equated with the brightness of the sun, a metaphorical tie to the divine illumination of the soul. Even in the darkest corners of history, the sun as a symbol of hope, salvation, and transcendence continued to survive, albeit in a less direct form of worship. As the centuries progressed, the decline of solar religions gave way to more abstract and philosophical interpretations of the divine. The rise of rationalism and secularism further marginalized the need for deities to embody the sun. The sun became less a god to be adored and more a symbol of power, knowledge, and even political authority. The gods of the past, once revered as the sources of cosmic justice, now stood in the shadows of emerging ideologies that placed humanity's reason and intellect above the divine forces of the natural world. Yet, even as the formal worship of solar deities faded, the sun continued to cast its shadow over human culture. In art, literature, and folklore, the sun remained a powerful metaphor for hope, enlightenment, and life itself. From the ancient myths of creation to the modern-day celebrations of solstices and equinoxes, the sun persisted as an enduring symbol, transcending the boundaries of the religions and philosophies that once venerated it as a deity. The sun may no longer be worshipped in the way it once was, but its power over human imagination and belief remains just as strong as ever. This transformation, the gradual decline of solar religions, marked a turning point in human spirituality and intellectual development. The gods who once rode across the heavens in golden chariots, blazing through the sky, were no longer the central focus of worship. The sacred flames that once burned in temples were extinguished, replaced by the light of reason, the light of a singular god, or the flickering glow of scientific discovery. But even in the shadow of this decline, the sun's eternal presence continues to remind us of the deep, abiding connection between the human spirit and the cosmos. It is no longer the divine being it once was, but it still holds a place of reverence, albeit in a world that has moved beyond direct worship toward a more abstract, symbolic relationship with the light that governs our existence. In the early years of Christianity, the sun, once revered as a god or celestial force in many cultures, began to take on a different role, a symbolic one. The ancient world, with its deep-rooted traditions of solar worship, could not easily erase the sun's powerful presence in the lives of the people. Yet, as the teachings of Christ spread, the early Christian church worked to reshape the significance of the sun. The celestial orb no longer held the same place as a direct deity. Instead, it became a symbol of divine light, a metaphor for spiritual illumination and the presence of God. The shift in the sun's role was closely tied to Christianity's rejection of polytheism and its insistence on a single, omnipotent God. Where ancient cultures had once seen the sun as the embodiment of divine power in the form of gods like Ra, Helios, and Sol, early Christianity sought to transform this connection into a more abstract, spiritual meaning. The sun, rather than being worshipped as a god itself, would become a symbol of the ultimate truth, Christ as the light of the world. At first glance, this may seem like a simple change in perception. But to the early Christians, this shift was deeply important. Christianity was born in an era dominated by the Roman Empire, which was steeped in traditions of solar worship. Roman emperors had long been associated with solar deities. Emperors like Aurelian had promoted the worship of Sol Invictus, the unconquered sun, as a way to unify the empire. Even the imperial images of emperors were often adorned with the sun's rays, symbolizing their divine favor and cosmic authority. But as Christianity gained ground, it challenged the idea that the emperor could be the personification of the sun. The Church, rather than seeing the emperor or the sun as divine, began to place Christ in that position. In Christian thought, Christ was the true light, transcending the need for any intermediary between God and humanity. The sun, once a god in its own right, was now viewed as a symbol pointing to a higher reality. This spiritualization of the sun was not just a rejection of pagan worship, but a reimagining of divine light, one that came not from the heavens, but from the heart of Christian faith. One of the most profound ways the sun took on a symbolic role in Christianity was through the concept of light. In the Bible, Christ is described as the light of the world, John 8 verse 12, a beacon of hope and salvation for all who walk in darkness. This metaphorical light was not just a spiritual truth, but also a reflection of the sun's own power to illuminate the world. Early Christians embraced the imagery of light to convey the transformative nature of Christ's presence. It was not an accident that Christ was said to shine like the sun. His very nature radiated divine goodness, offering the warmth of salvation to the cold, dark world. The idea of Christ as light was visually reinforced through early Christian art. Christ was often depicted with a halo, a radiant circle of light surrounding his head, symbolizing his divine nature. This imagery, rooted in the ancient symbols of solar deities, recontextualized the sun's power. It no longer belonged to the gods of old but was associated with the Christian Savior. Early Christian saints, too, were depicted with halos, reinforcing the idea that those who lived in the light of Christ could themselves reflect that divine radiance. Another important development in early Christianity was the association of the sun with the concept of resurrection. The sun's daily journey, its death at night and rebirth each morning, became a powerful metaphor for Christ's death and resurrection. Just as the sun died in the west only to rise again in the east, Christ's crucifixion and subsequent resurrection offered humanity the promise of eternal life. Early Christian theologians like St. Augustine drew parallels between the sun's cycle and the cycle of Christian salvation. The sun's regular resurrection was seen as a symbol of Christ's ultimate victory over death and the promise of eternal life for his followers. The importance of the sun in early Christianity also extended to its alignment with the church calendar. The timing of Christian festivals such as Christmas and Easter, celebrating Christ's birth and resurrection, was influenced by ancient solar observances. The date of Christmas, December 25th, coincided with the Roman festival of Sol Invictus, the unconquered sun, which celebrated the sun's return after the winter solstice. The Christian Church chose this date not only to replace a pagan festival, but to underscore the symbolism of Christ as the true light that conquered the darkness of sin and death. Easter, too, was tied to the cycles of the sun. The date of Easter was calculated using the first Sunday after the first full moon following the vernal equinox, a time when the sun's position marked the arrival of spring, symbolizing renewal, rebirth, and resurrection. In these ways, the sun's cycles continue to be relevant to the Christian narrative, but now they were seen through the lens of Christ's story. The sun's movements, once seen as the whims of gods, were now seen as signs pointing toward the divine plan of salvation. As Christianity became more established and spread throughout the Roman Empire, the sun's symbolism continued to evolve. The sun was no longer just a symbol of Christ's presence, it became an essential part of Christian liturgy and ritual. The practice of lighting candles in churches during Mass, especially during Advent and Christmas, was meant to bring the light of Christ into the world. The rising sun at dawn, especially during Easter and other holy days, became a powerful reminder of Christ's resurrection and the promise of new life. The sun, ever constant and enduring, became a symbol of divine permanence, contrasting with the fleeting nature of earthly existence. Yet, this new Christian understanding of the sun did not erase the sun's earlier place in human culture. It simply transformed it. The ancient associations of the sun with power, kingship, and justice found a new expression in Christ, who was now seen as the King of Kings, the ultimate ruler who would bring justice to the world. The sun, with all its radiance and might, now pointed to a deeper truth, the divine light that could not be contained by the heavens but could transform the hearts of men and women. In the early Christian period, the sun's journey across the sky, once an emblem of divine action, was now a metaphor for the Christian spiritual journey. Just as the sun's rays reached every corner of the earth, so too did the light of Christ reach every soul. The sun no longer had to be worshipped as a god, it had been transformed into a sign of divine grace, shining its light upon the world. The sun's enduring presence in early Christianity, though altered in its meaning, was proof that its power over the human imagination and spirit remained unshaken. Whether as a deity to be worshipped or as a symbol of divine light, the sun had always been a guide for humanity, leading people from darkness into light, from ignorance to knowledge, from death to life. In Christ, that journey continued. The sun had not lost its power, it had merely found a new way to shine. As the centuries wore on, the sun, once a divine presence in the pantheon of gods, emerged again, but this time not in the form of a deity to be worshipped. It returned, instead, as a symbol, a metaphor, and a source of inspiration. The Renaissance, that glorious rebirth of art, culture, and intellectual exploration, saw the sun's power return to the forefront of human imagination, but this time through the lens of human achievement. artistic vision, and the quest for understanding. In the midst of the Renaissance, the sun was no longer the central figure of religious devotion. Yet, its symbolism became more pronounced than ever in the works of artists, poets, and thinkers. It represented not just divine light, but the light of knowledge, the clarity of reason, and the blossoming of the human spirit. The sun had transcended the ancient mythologies, now standing as an emblem of enlightenment in the new intellectual and artistic movements sweeping across Europe. The sun was at the heart of many of the Renaissance's greatest works. Painters such as Leonardo da Vinci and Raphael, whose works have defined the period, used light, often coming from the sun, as a key element in their compositions. In Leonardo's The Last Supper, for instance, the use of light serves more than a decorative purpose. It illuminates Christ as the central figure, emphasizing his divine status. The light flowing into the room from the outside world represents not just the natural sun, but also the spiritual light of Christ and divine understanding that were central to Renaissance thought. The sun's rays, quite literally, became a vehicle for expressing the deeper truths of the universe. In Raphael's Transfiguration, light pours down from heaven in dramatic waves, surrounding Christ in a blaze of divine radiance. This is not the same radiant light that the sun once emitted in ancient mythologies. It is something far more profound, something that touches the divine and human realms alike, bringing both clarity and transformation. The sun's light, in Renaissance art, was no longer just about the physical world but about understanding higher truths, lifting the veil of ignorance, and bringing clarity to the mysteries of existence. The sun's symbolic power, however, reached far beyond the world of visual art. In literature, the sun became a symbol of intellectual awakening and philosophical insight. Poets like Dante Alighieri, whose Divine Comedy epitomized the human journey toward enlightenment, placed the sun at the heart of his vision of the afterlife. In Paradiso, the final part of his epic poem, Dante ascends through the celestial spheres, each sphere representing a different level of divine understanding, with the sun acting as the symbol of ultimate truth and enlightenment. The sun's light in Dante's work is not just a celestial body, it is a force of illumination, bringing Dante closer to understanding the divine order of the universe. Similarly, in the works of other Renaissance thinkers and writers, the sun became a symbol of human intellect and divine reason. In his De Revolutionibus, the great astronomer Nicholas Copernicus argued that the sun, not the earth, was the center of the universe, a revolutionary idea that would eventually alter the course of scientific thought. The sun, in this context, was no longer a mythic god but a physical body at the heart of the cosmos, guiding humanity toward a more enlightened understanding of the universe. This was not the sun worshipped by ancient peoples, but the sun as a scientific and philosophical truth. The sun's symbolism also permeated the scientific revolution that accompanied the Renaissance. Figures like Johannes Kepler and Galileo Galilei, with their telescopic observations and mathematical discoveries, revealed the sun as an object of intense scientific interest. The solar system became a source of wonder and curiosity, with the sun serving as the cornerstone of a new cosmic understanding. But this newfound knowledge did not strip the sun of its symbolic value. Rather, it made it all the more wondrous, an object of both scientific study and spiritual awe. The sun's association with power and kingship, so prevalent in ancient solar religions, found new expression in the political sphere. Renaissance monarchs often aligned themselves with the sun's symbolism, presenting themselves as powerful, radiant figures capable of bringing light and order to their realms. The French Sun King, Louis XIV, is perhaps the most famous example of this. He adopted the sun as his emblem, casting himself as the very incarnation of the sun's power and radiance. His court at Versailles, with its grand gardens and palatial architecture, was designed to reflect the grandeur of the sun itself. The king's self-image as the Sun King was a reflection of both the Renaissance's rediscovery of classical ideas and the new political realities of absolute monarchy. The sun was no longer just the domain of gods, it had become a symbol of royal authority and divine right. But the solar renaissance was not confined solely to the grand spaces of art and court. It echoed through the intellectual salons and philosophical debates of the time. The sun came to represent not only divine enlightenment but also human potential. Thinkers like Michel de Montaigne, whose essays examined the nature of human existence, explored the contrast between light and darkness, good and evil, in ways that resonated with solar themes. The very act of reasoning and thinking was seen as a form of illumination, an intellectual journey that, like the sun's daily passage across the sky, brought understanding to the dark corners of the mind. Perhaps the most profound manifestation of the sun's symbolism during the Renaissance was in the realm of humanism. Humanist thinkers, inspired by the classical texts of Greece and Rome, saw in the sun not just a symbol of divine order but a reminder of humanity's potential to shape its own destiny. The sun, with its regular cycle, was seen as a metaphor for human life, a cycle of birth, growth, decay, and rebirth. The Renaissance celebration of human ability, creativity, and reason was closely tied to this solar symbolism, as thinkers and artists sought to illuminate the mysteries of the world around them. As the Renaissance gave way to the Enlightenment, the sun continued to shine brightly in the minds of the thinkers and artists who followed. The sun was not merely an object of physical study, nor was it simply a symbol of religious or political authority. It had become a multifaceted symbol, one that embraced the light of reason, the pursuit of knowledge, and the human desire to reach beyond the earthly realm. Whether in the brushstrokes of great painters or the words of poets and philosophers, the sun embodied humanity's eternal longing for truth, beauty, and understanding. The solar renaissance, though rooted in the past, had a lasting impact that stretched far beyond its time, setting the stage for the modern world's ongoing search for meaning and knowledge. The sun, once a god, had transformed into something greater, a symbol of the human spirit's potential to reach toward the light. Through the art, science, and philosophy of the Renaissance, humanity sought to capture the sun's radiance, not just in the heavens, but in the very heart of existence itself. Ancient traditions with contemporary beliefs. The sun, once a central figure in the mythologies of ancient civilizations, has found new life in the rituals and practices of modern solar cults and neo-pagan movements. These groups, although diverse in their specific beliefs and practices, share a deep reverence for the sun, viewing it as a symbol of divine power, life, and transformation. The modern return to solar worship isn't a simple revival of the past, but a dynamic evolution of ancient beliefs tailored to today's world. The roots of modern solar cults can be traced back to the 19th and 20th centuries, as neopaganism began to take shape in response to the rise of organized religion and industrial society. At the heart of many neo-pagan traditions is the desire to reconnect with nature, the cycles of the earth, and the primal forces that once governed human existence. The sun, as the ultimate life-giver, naturally became a focal point for these movements, representing both the physical and spiritual nourishment essential for growth, renewal, and balance. One of the most influential forms of solar worship in modern times is found within Wicca and other forms of contemporary paganism. These traditions, inspired by ancient European paganism, celebrate the sun through the wheel of the year, a cycle of 8 Sabbats that mark the changing seasons. The solstices and equinoxes are of particular importance, with the summer solstice, Letha or midsummer, and the winter solstice, Yule, being celebrated with reverence for the sun's power. At midsummer, the longest day of the year, Wiccans and pagans hold festivals to honor the sun's peak power, lighting bonfires and celebrating the light as it reaches its zenith. At Yule, conversely, the birth of the sun is celebrated as the rebirth of light after the longest night, symbolizing hope and renewal. Solar symbolism is also deeply embedded in the rituals of these traditions. The sun is often associated with masculine energy, strength, and vitality. It represents the god, often depicted as a young, powerful figure who embodies the qualities of action and creativity. The goddess, on the other hand, is frequently linked with the moon, representing the more receptive, nurturing, and intuitive aspects of life. Together, the sun and moon form a divine balance, guiding the rhythms of the natural world and the human soul. Another modern manifestation of solar worship can be found in the resurgence of ancient Egyptian and Greco-Roman solar cults. In contemporary occult practices, many people have turned to the ancient Egyptian god Ra or the Roman Sol Invictus as figures of veneration. These deities, once central to the religious life of their civilizations, are now reinterpreted in modern rituals as representations of personal empowerment and cosmic alignment. The sun, in these systems, is not just a celestial body but a source of spiritual energy that can be tapped into for healing, transformation, and enlightenment. Followers of these cults may practice sun salutations, meditations, and rituals that honor the sun's daily journey across the sky, seeking to align their lives with its divine cycles. One of the reasons for the appeal of solar worship in the modern world is the deep psychological and spiritual resonance it holds. The sun, as the ultimate symbol of life-giving energy, serves as a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things. It is a constant force, rising each day to bathe the world in light and warmth, offering its energy freely to all who bask in it. In an age marked by uncertainty and complexity, the sun offers a sense of stability and clarity, a reminder of the forces of nature that are both eternal and cyclical. In a broader cultural context, solar worship in modern times also reflects a growing interest in environmentalism and the natural world. As concerns about climate change and the degradation of the Earth's ecosystems have reached a fever pitch, many modern spiritual movements have turned to the sun as a symbol of both the fragility and the resilience of nature. The sun's power, after all, is what sustains life on Earth, providing energy for plants to grow, animals to thrive, and humans to survive. By honoring the sun, modern solar cults and neo-pagan movements seek to reconnect with the Earth's natural rhythms and promote a more sustainable, balanced way of living. The concept of solar spirituality in the modern era has also found a place in New Age practices, where the sun is often associated with concepts of personal enlightenment and cosmic awakening. In these spiritual circles, the sun is seen as a force that illuminates the path to self-realization and higher consciousness. Solar energy is believed to have the power to cleanse the mind, body, and soul, helping individuals align with their true purpose in life. Solar meditations, where practitioners visualize themselves bathed in golden light, are common in these traditions, and the sun is seen as a symbol of divine wisdom, power, and transformation. In some modern solar cults, the worship of the sun is linked to a broader interest in astrology. The sun, as a central figure in astrological charts, represents the core self, the essence of an individual's personality, and their life's purpose. In astrological terms, the sun rules the zodiac sign Leo, symbolizing leadership, creativity, and vitality. Many people turn to the sun's position in their birth charts for guidance, seeking to understand how the solar energies influence their lives and destinies. Yet, as with any belief system, modern solar worship is not without its critics. Skeptics argue that it represents a nostalgic return to outdated pagan practices, a form of spiritual escapism that disregards the advances of science and rational thought. Others caution that the rise of solar cults might be an oversimplification of complex spiritual and philosophical traditions, reducing them to mere symbols of personal empowerment or environmental concern. Despite these critiques, the resurgence of solar worship in the modern world continues to grow, reflecting a collective desire to reconnect with the natural world, with ancient wisdom, and with the cosmic forces that shape our lives. The sun, as a symbol, has transcended time, culture, and belief systems, offering a source of hope, guidance, and power to people across the globe. Whether through the rituals of neopaganism, the meditation practices of the New Age, or the astrological insights that align us with the stars, the sun continues to shine brightly in the spiritual landscape of the modern world. In a world that often feels divided and uncertain, the sun remains a unifying symbol, one that links us all together in the shared experience of its warmth, light, and life-giving power. The modern solar cults and neo-pagan movements, though diverse in their practices and interpretations, share a common reverence for the sun as a divine force, one that continues to inspire, guide, and transform humanity. The solar journey is far from over. It is a radiant path that continues to illuminate the human soul. In the vibrant currents of modern spirituality, a new wave of sun worship has emerged, blending across the globe, from the northernmost reaches of the Arctic to the vast expanse of the southern hemisphere. The sun has been honored, celebrated, and revered in countless festivals and traditions. The solar cycle, with its rhythmic rise and fall, its long days of summer and short, shadowed winter, has profoundly shaped the way humans understand time, nature, and their place in the cosmos. From ancient rituals to modern-day celebrations, the sun remains central to the human experience, a symbol of life, renewal, and the eternal dance between light and darkness. In the northern regions of Europe, particularly in Scandinavia, the return of the sun after the long winter nights has been a cause for joyous celebration for centuries. Midsummer festivals are among the oldest solar observances, steeped in pagan traditions that date back thousands of years. The summer solstice, marking the longest day of the year, is a moment when the sun's power is at its peak. Communities gather around bonfires, dance, sing, and celebrate the abundance of the season. In Sweden, the midsummer celebration is perhaps the most well-known, where families decorate maypoles with flowers and ribbons, honoring the sun's life-giving force. The belief in the magical qualities of the solstice, that it represents a time of fertility, vitality, and abundance, still resonates in these cultures today. People gather in joyful unity, celebrating the sun's reign over the earth, knowing that it will soon begin its gradual retreat toward winter. Far to the east, in India, the sun has long been worshipped as a deity of immense importance. One of the most widely celebrated festivals, Makar Sankranti, marks the transition of the sun into the zodiac sign of Capricorn, symbolizing the end of winter and the beginning of longer days. This festival is celebrated with fervor across India, with families gathering to fly colorful kites, sing traditional songs, and offer prayers to Surya, the sun god. The festival signifies the triumph of light over darkness, a theme common to many solar festivals worldwide. People bathe in sacred rivers, believing that the sun's rays cleanse them of sins, and make offerings of sesame seeds and sugar, which are believed to bring prosperity and good health. In Japan, the sun holds a divine place, particularly in the Shinto religion. The ancient myth of Amaterasu, the sun goddess, who hid herself in a cave, plunging the world into darkness until she was coaxed back out by the other gods, is an integral part of Japanese culture. The solar theme of light overcoming darkness is still present in the Japanese New Year celebrations. The first sunrise of the year, known as Hatsuan Ode, is a significant event. People gather on mountaintops or at the coast to witness the first rays of the sun, a moment of renewal and hope for the coming year. It is believed that watching the sun rise brings good fortune, and many make offerings to the sun, seeking its blessings for prosperity, health, and happiness. In the Americas, the sun has played an equally vital role in shaping cultural practices. The ancient civilizations of the Maya, Aztec, and Inca were deeply attuned to the sun's cycles. For the Inca, the sun was the most revered god, Inti, and the most significant festival was the Inti Raymi, held in the winter solstice. This festival honored Inti and his power over the harvest. Thousands of people would gather at the ruins of Sacsayhuaman in Cusco, Peru, to witness a ceremonial reenactment of ancient rituals, including sacrifices, dances, and prayers, all dedicated to the sun god. In the Aztec Empire, solar deities like Tonatiuh were honored with grand ceremonies, often involving human sacrifices, to ensure the continued movement of the sun across the sky and to guarantee the fertility of the earth. The solstices are not merely symbolic markers of time, they are pivotal moments in cultures around the world. The summer solstice, when the sun reaches its zenith in the sky, is often seen as a time of vitality, prosperity, and peak strength, while the winter solstice symbolizes renewal, rebirth, and the promise of the sun's return. The astronomical phenomena of eclipses, too, have been tied to powerful traditions and myths. In many ancient cultures, eclipses were seen as omens, with the sun's temporary disappearance representing a cosmic battle between forces of good and evil. Yet, despite these dark moments, the return of the sun after an eclipse was seen as a sign of hope, signaling the restoration of balance and order. In the African continent, solar symbolism also holds significant sway in various festivals and rites. In many cultures, the sun is viewed as a force of creation and balance, embodying both masculine and feminine energies. For instance, the Ndebele people of South Africa celebrate the Nkwala, a festival in which the sun's power is invoked for rain and fertility. The sun is seen as an essential part of the cycle of life, growth, and harvest, and the festival is marked with ritual dances, drumming, and the honoring of ancestral spirits. In other regions, the sun is revered as the source of strength and wisdom, with festivals aligning with harvests or specific celestial events. In the Arctic, among the Inuit and other indigenous peoples, the sun plays a crucial role in marking the rhythms of the natural world. In the harsh, cold winter months, the absence of the sun can be felt acutely, and its return in spring is a time of profound celebration. The first sighting of the sun after the long polar night is met with joy and reverence. The sun's warmth is seen as a gift, a life-giving force that reawakens the earth and sustains life after months of darkness. Festivals during this time are filled with feasting, dancing, and the sharing of food, as families come together to celebrate the sun's return and the bounty of the land. In the European tradition, many solar festivals have been incorporated into Christian celebrations, albeit with new meanings. Christmas, for example, which is celebrated around the time of the winter solstice, draws on many solar themes of rebirth and light overcoming darkness. The image of the Christ child as the light of the world connects deeply to the symbolism of the sun's return after the solstice. Similarly, Easter, celebrated around the time of the spring equinox, symbolizes resurrection and renewal, as the sun's return is mirrored by the rebirth of the earth, ushering in spring's vitality. What makes these global festivals and traditions so powerful is not just the reverence for the sun as a physical entity, but what it represents to the human experience: life, death, rebirth, hope, and renewal. The sun is an enduring symbol of the cycles that govern the world, whether it be the seasons, the human experience, or the cosmos itself. Each festival is a reflection of humanity's enduring connection to the celestial body that sustains us, a recognition that we are part of something much larger than ourselves, a part of a grand cycle of light and darkness, death and rebirth. In each of these traditions, the sun is not merely a passive observer, it is an active participant in the dance of life. Through the worship, the rituals, and the festivals, people acknowledge the sun's power to shape not only the physical world but the spiritual and cultural dimensions of existence. The sun is both a symbol of continuity and change, a reminder that despite the darkness we may face, the light always returns, bringing with it the possibility of renewal, transformation, and a new dawn. Shine brightly in the collective human consciousness. Its energy, its light, and its promise of rebirth remain a universal thread that binds us all together, a reminder that no matter the season, the sun will always rise again. In the vast realms of science fiction, the sun has taken on an almost mythical stature, representing everything from the pinnacle of human achievement to the darkest mysteries of the cosmos. For centuries, the sun has been a source of inspiration, its light, power, and energy driving the imaginations of writers, filmmakers, and dreamers. In the modern cultural landscape, the sun continues to symbolize a range of powerful themes, from exploration and enlightenment to destruction and rebirth. Its role in science fiction reveals not only humanity's deep-seated reverence for the sun but also our anxieties and aspirations as we look beyond our world to the stars. In early science fiction literature, the sun was often viewed as both a powerful and enigmatic force. The most famous early example is perhaps H.G. Wells' The First Men in the Moon, 1901, where the sun plays a pivotal role in the exploration of space. The notion of a journey to the sun, to either extract its energy or understand its true nature, captured the imagination of readers. Wells' portrayal of the sun as a life-giving force fueled the sense of wonder that permeated early space exploration narratives. While these stories were grounded in the technological limitations of their time, they still reflected an understanding of the sun as a key figure in both our scientific understanding and our philosophical musings about existence. Fast forward to the 20th and 21st centuries, and science fiction has taken on a more complex relationship with the sun. In movies like 2001, A Space Odyssey, 1968, the sun becomes both a symbol of human exploration and a point of existential reflection. The film presents space travel as humanity's inevitable destiny, yet it simultaneously hints at our insignificance in the vastness of the universe. The sun, as a central celestial body, both sustains life on Earth and provides the backdrop for humanity's place in the cosmos, highlighting the vast, uncharted territory of space beyond our understanding. In more recent works, the sun is portrayed as a potential source of both salvation and doom. In films like Sunshine, 2007, the sun is depicted as a dying star, the life-giving energy it once provided now on the brink of collapse. A group of astronauts is sent to reignite the sun in a desperate attempt to save Earth. The sun, in this narrative, represents the fragility of life, the delicate balance between survival and extinction. Its warmth and power, once taken for granted, are now in jeopardy. The film raises questions about humanity's dependence on the sun, the lengths we might go to in order to preserve life, and the ethical dilemmas that arise when playing with forces beyond our control. In literature, the sun's symbolic power has continued to evolve. In Arthur C. Clarke's Rendezvous with Rama, 1973, a mysterious alien spacecraft is discovered orbiting the sun, hinting at cosmic intelligence far beyond our own. The sun, in this context, serves as a marker of the unknown, a boundary to human understanding that may hold the key to unlocking extraterrestrial mysteries. Similarly, in works by Isaac Asimov and Ursula K. Le Guin, the sun often serves as a backdrop for stories of interstellar exploration, technological advancement, and the search for new frontiers. The idea of harnessing the power of the sun, whether through solar energy or more fantastical means, is a recurring theme in these stories, reflecting humanity's endless quest for mastery over nature and its resources. But not all science fiction portrays the sun in a positive light. In The Forever War, 1974, by Joe Haldeman, the sun becomes an unforgiving environment for soldiers caught in a distant war. In many post-apocalyptic stories, the sun is either absent or too intense, symbolizing a broken, hostile world. In The Road, 2006, by Cormac McCarthy, for instance, the sun's heat is a harbinger of the dying world that the characters must navigate. It becomes a reminder of the destruction humanity has wrought on the planet, with the sun serving as an indifferent witness to human suffering. The sun's role as a symbol of renewal and rebirth is also explored in science fiction, with stories that imagine a future where humanity learns to live in harmony with the sun. In the Star Trek series, the sun is often a symbol of hope, with characters embarking on missions to distant solar systems in search of new planets and new life. The Federation's pursuit of peaceful exploration reflects humanity's desire to harness the sun's energy for the good of all, making it a central theme of progress and cooperation. The idea of using solar energy to power spaceships and sustain human life in far-off colonies becomes a recurring motif in these stories, reflecting real-world aspirations to tap into the sun's vast, untapped resources. Beyond science fiction, the sun's place in modern culture continues to evolve. In a world grappling with climate change, the sun has taken on new significance as both a source of hope and a reminder of humanity's vulnerability. Solar energy, once a futuristic concept, is now seen as a key solution to the global energy crisis. Companies and governments are pouring resources into harnessing the sun's power, building massive solar farms, and investing in renewable energy technologies that could reduce our dependence on fossil fuels. The sun, in this context, becomes a symbol of sustainability and progress, offering a future where humanity can live in harmony with the planet. Yet, at the same time, the sun's darker side is more present than ever. As temperatures rise and droughts increase, the sun can also feel like a reminder of the planet's fragility. Extreme weather patterns and the effects of global warming have heightened our awareness of the sun's destructive power. The sun, once a symbol of life and hope, has become a source of fear for many who see its growing influence as a harbinger of environmental collapse. In art, music, and literature, the sun is increasingly depicted not just as a source of light, but as a force that can either sustain or destroy, depending on how humanity chooses to interact with it. In the modern world, the sun's presence in science fiction and culture is more significant than ever, representing both our greatest hopes and our deepest fears. As we continue to reach for the stars and explore the unknown, the sun remains our constant companion, a celestial body that gives life, shapes our existence, and challenges our understanding of the universe. Whether as a source of inspiration, a symbol of hope, or a reminder of our responsibility to protect the planet, the sun's power continues to captivate and inspire us, serving as a guiding force in both our fictional worlds and our real-world ambitions. From the Arctic to the tropics, from ancient rites to modern celebrations, the sun continues to. In the 21st century, the sun has once again become a focal point of human innovation, reverence, and environmental consciousness. What once seemed like a distant and ancient symbol now plays a direct role in shaping the future of our planet. Solar energy, derived from the sun's vast, boundless power, is no longer an abstract concept. It is a practical, ever-expanding resource that offers the promise of a more sustainable and renewable future. But just as important as its utility is the continued symbolism the sun holds in our modern times, representing hope, renewal, and the ongoing battle between humanity and its environmental challenges. The movement towards solar energy is not just about harnessing the power of the sun, it is also about a deeper philosophical shift. For centuries, the sun has been a symbol of life, vitality, and growth. It has represented the cycle of nature, the rhythms of the earth, and the passage of time. It is no surprise that, in the age of climate change and environmental degradation, the sun is once again emerging as a central symbol in the fight for a more sustainable future. The modern use of solar energy, in many ways, channels the ancient reverence for the sun, transforming it from a spiritual symbol of life into a practical tool for preserving life. Solar power represents humanity's desire to break free from dependence on fossil fuels, to shift away from polluting sources of energy, and to embrace a cleaner, more harmonious relationship with the planet. Unlike coal, oil, and gas, which are finite and destructive to the environment, the sun offers an endless, renewable resource, one that gives us the opportunity to rethink our energy future. Solar panels, large and small, have sprouted up around the world, collecting sunlight and transforming it into electricity to power homes, businesses, and entire cities. These panels serve as a modern manifestation of the sun's eternal promise, tapping into its infinite power to provide light, warmth, and energy to people everywhere. But solar energy is not just about the technological advancements of today, it also speaks to the deeper, symbolic connection between humanity and the natural world. The sun, as a giver of life and energy, has long been revered across cultures. In Egypt, Ra, the sun god, was the supreme deity, the embodiment of light, creation, and order. In modern times, the sun still serves as a metaphor for creation and transformation. When we harness solar energy, we are, in a sense, echoing the reverence of ancient cultures, acknowledging that we are part of a grand, cosmic order. Solar power gives us the ability to create life-sustaining energy from a natural source, much as ancient civilizations once created civilizations from the fertile soil that the sun nourished. The increasing use of solar energy is also tied to the broader conversation about environmental responsibility. Climate change, rising temperatures, and the devastating impact of fossil fuels have brought the sun into a new light, one that both illuminates and warns. As the world grapples with the effects of global warming, there is a growing urgency to find sustainable alternatives to traditional energy sources. The sun, with its immense power and abundance, has become a symbol of hope in the face of this crisis. It represents the possibility of a future where humanity, by tapping into the energy of the natural world, can reverse the damage done and restore balance to the planet. Beyond its role as a source of energy, the sun also serves as a potent symbol of renewal and transformation. Much like the cycle of day and night, the sun's power is cyclical, rising, setting, and rising again, offering a powerful metaphor for resilience, hope, and recovery. This idea is embedded in the way solar energy is often framed in modern discourse. Solar energy is not just about producing electricity, it is about creating a new path forward, one that shifts away from destructive practices towards something cleaner and more sustainable. It reflects the idea that, just as the sun rises every morning to begin anew, so too can humanity start fresh, embracing a new way of living in harmony with the planet. In the world of art, the sun remains a timeless symbol of light, life, and energy. Contemporary artists frequently explore the symbolism of the sun in their work, creating pieces that reflect our relationship with the natural world, with energy, and with the earth itself. Solar imagery is often used to evoke feelings of warmth, hope, and the promise of a new day. In public art installations, sculptures, and murals, the sun often appears as a symbol of unity and renewal, drawing from the ancient imagery of the sun gods and their associations with creation, fertility, and the natural cycles of life. The sun, once revered as a divine entity, is now viewed through a more humanistic lens, representing both our triumphs and our ongoing struggles to connect with the earth. In many ways, the development of solar technology and the continued cultural symbolism of the sun are intertwined. As society becomes more aware of the need for sustainable energy sources, the sun's role in modern culture shifts from a distant, untouchable force to a practical and essential part of our daily lives. Solar energy has become emblematic of the potential for a future where humanity can coexist with nature, where the sun's power is no longer something abstract or symbolic, but a tangible and accessible tool that can fuel our homes, our economies, and our dreams for a healthier planet. But there is also an underlying tension in this relationship with the sun. As much as we celebrate the sun's promise of abundance, we are also confronted with the stark realities of climate change and the consequences of our past actions. In the shadow of environmental crises, the sun can also represent our fragility, our vulnerability to forces greater than ourselves. The scorching heat of summer, the relentless sun in drought-stricken areas, and the rising temperatures worldwide are all reminders that the sun is not just a symbol of life, but also of the fine balance we must maintain to survive. Yet, in the face of these challenges, solar energy offers a hopeful and actionable solution. As we move forward, solar power holds the potential to reshape our world. It can serve as a bridge between the past, where the sun was worshipped as a divine force, and the present, where we seek to harness its power for practical purposes. The sun, which once fueled ancient myths and stories, now fuels our cities, our industries, and our homes. It is a symbol not just of life, but of humanity's resilience, our capacity to adapt, and our ongoing pursuit of a better, more sustainable future. In this way, the sun remains at the center of modern culture, representing both the light that guides us and the responsibility that comes with it. Its power, once seen as a mysterious, unreachable force, is now an accessible resource that can change the course of our future. And in doing so, it continues to inspire, challenge, and guide us, just as it has for millennia. The sun, in all its symbolism, is as relevant today as it ever was, reminding us of the delicate balance between our own survival and the survival of the world around us. The sun has been the beating heart of human civilization for as long as we can remember. From the very dawn of humanity, its bright, golden presence has been the anchor in the sky, casting warmth on the world, guiding travelers, and nourishing crops. It is no wonder, then, that the sun has become the eternal archetype, revered, feared, and worshipped by cultures across the globe. Its worship, far from being a mere relic of ancient beliefs, persists even today, woven into the fabric of human consciousness. But why? Why does the sun, an ever-present and seemingly simple force of nature, hold such an unshakable grip on the human imagination? The sun is not just a celestial body in the sky. It represents something much larger, something deep within us. It is life itself. The sun is both a literal and metaphorical source of warmth, light, and vitality. For countless civilizations, it was the sun that made life possible, that gave meaning to the very cycle of existence. Without it, there would be no growth, no movement, no possibility of life on Earth. It is that central, undeniable importance to life that has caused humanity to look up at the sun in awe, seeing in it not just a physical entity, but a divine, eternal force that holds the power to both create and destroy. At the root of sun worship is a recognition of the sun's overwhelming power. It is the ultimate symbol of energy, radiating light and warmth that sustains us and governs the cycles of life. This awe of the sun manifests in nearly every culture. In ancient Egypt, the sun god Ra was the ruler of the heavens, a deity who brought order to the universe and created everything from the cosmos to humanity itself. In Aztec mythology, Tonatiuh was seen as both a giver of life and a harbinger of destruction, an embodiment of the sun's dual nature as both life-giver and potentially deadly force. The sun's power to sustain life, and its potential to burn, scald, and destroy, captured the imagination of people around the world. In this dichotomy, the sun embodies the fine balance of life itself. Life requires heat and light, but too much can lead to devastation. The sun's role in the cycle of life, its rising and setting, the changing of the seasons, the rhythms of nature, became a profound symbol. For the ancient Greeks, the sun was personified in the figures of Helios and Apollo, both embodiments of the sun's transformative power. Helios, with his chariot, was the sun's fiery driver, pulling it across the sky in a constant journey that gave the day its rhythm. Apollo, often depicted with a golden lyre and a radiant halo, symbolized the sun's beauty and divine presence, as well as its connection to prophecy, truth, and the pursuit of knowledge. But it is not only the physical and divine properties of the sun that made it so central to human worship. The sun also embodies the eternal cycles of life, death, and rebirth. The sun rises every morning, and with it comes the promise of a new day. It is a daily resurrection, a powerful reminder that no matter how dark the night, there will always be light. This cycle of death and rebirth is mirrored in human experience, our own daily struggles, our fears, our triumphs, and our inevitable mortality. The sun's constant return to the sky each morning is a comforting and hopeful promise. No matter how bad things may get, the sun will rise again, bringing with it a chance for a fresh start. This theme of renewal and resurrection has made the sun not just a symbol of physical sustenance, but also of spiritual rejuvenation. From ancient temples to modern solar panels, the sun has been at the heart of human endeavor. The Egyptians, for instance, constructed vast stone temples dedicated to their sun gods. The Temple of Ra at Heliopolis was an impressive architectural feat, built to honor the god who was considered the creator of all life. In the Mayan civilization, great pyramids were constructed to align with the sun's cycles, symbolizing the deep connection between the people and the cosmos. Even in the distant past, humanity understood the importance of the sun, not just as a life-sustaining force, but as a central, spiritual power deserving of reverence. In modern times, despite the technological advancements that have allowed us to understand the scientific nature of the sun, we still continue to worship it in different ways. Sun worship persists in our cultural celebrations, our art, and even in our religious practices. Festivals like the summer solstice, with its celebration of the sun's peak power, are filled with ancient rituals, with communities gathering to honor the sun's life-giving energy. In Hinduism, the sun god Surya continues to be revered, with millions of people around the world offering prayers to the sun each morning. The practices may have evolved, but the core reverence for the sun as a divine, life-sustaining force remains unchanged. At the same time, the sun's symbolism has transcended traditional worship. It has become a universal metaphor for enlightenment, knowledge, and the pursuit of truth. The sun is associated with clarity, with the illumination of the mind. Many of our modern metaphors, a ray of hope, a bright future, a shining example, echo the sun's ability to bring light to the darkest corners of our lives. The sun illuminates, it shows us the way forward, and it burns away the shadows of ignorance, confusion, and despair. Yet, perhaps what truly keeps the archetype of sun worship alive is the very fact that the sun is a symbol of something deeper, something that lies at the core of every human being, the longing for meaning, for hope, for something greater than ourselves. Sun worship is not just about bowing before a celestial body, it is about acknowledging our dependence on something larger than us. It is a reminder of our connection to the universe and to the eternal forces that shape our world. The sun represents the infinite possibilities that lie beyond us, the untapped energy, the potential for growth and transformation, and the promise that life will continue, regardless of the hardships we face. In our modern, technological world, the sun still captivates our imagination. We have learned to harness its energy, and yet we continue to see it as more than just a physical source of light. The sun symbolizes hope, energy, and life itself, concepts that transcend science and reach deep into the heart of what it means to be human. The persistent archetype of the sun reminds us of our eternal connection to the universe and the power of nature itself. It is a symbol of the forces beyond our control, the beauty and awe of the natural world, and the enduring hope that there will always be light at the end of the darkness. Sun worship persists not just because the sun is essential for survival, but because it resonates with the human need for meaning, renewal, and the enduring quest for a brighter tomorrow. The sun, in all its glory and magnitude, continues to be a thread that weaves through the very fabric of human existence. It is more than just a celestial body, it is a symbol, a force, and a constant reminder of the cycles that govern our world. From ancient civilizations that revered it as a god to modern societies that harness its power for energy, the sun has remained a beacon of light, life, and hope. It is both our origin and our guide, nourishing the earth and illuminating our path forward. Throughout history, the sun has been a source of spiritual connection, binding communities in shared worship and awe. Its rhythmic rise and fall, the warmth it provides, the light that dispels darkness, these have been metaphors for the human journey, representing the eternal struggle between life and death, light and darkness, hope and despair. Each culture, in its own unique way, has recognized the sun as a divine force, essential for life, and integral to understanding the world and our place within it. Its symbolism has transcended time and geography, becoming a universal archetype that unites us all, regardless of our differences. In today's world, while we have come to understand the scientific nature of the sun, its profound impact on human culture has not waned. The sun remains at the heart of human consciousness, both as a vital source of energy and as a symbol of renewal, enlightenment, and resilience. We've learned to harness its energy through technology, yet it still retains its mystical allure. The rituals, festivals, and traditions that celebrate the sun remind us of its power to bring us together, to remind us of our shared humanity, and to inspire us to protect and preserve the planet we all depend on. The sun's radiance is not confined to the heavens above, it is reflected in the hearts of those who honor it, in the communities that celebrate its life-giving power, and in the ways we continue to seek meaning in the world. It binds us together across cultures, generations, and time. The sun's light, its warmth, its energy, these are gifts that transcend our differences, urging us to remember that, at our core, we are all connected to the same source of life and power. In the end, the sun represents more than just a force in the sky, it is a reminder of our shared responsibility to one another and to the earth itself. As it rises and sets each day, it continues to guide us, to give us hope, and to remind us of the beauty and fragility of life. Its light is not just a physical phenomenon, it is a radiant force that inspires, sustains, and connects all of humanity, binding us to each other and to the world in ways that transcend the bounds of time, culture, and belief. The sun's radiance, timeless and eternal, is a reminder that, no matter how far we may stray, we are always brought back to the same truth, we are all part of the same universe, illuminated by the same light.